Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, March the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yes, on the feed. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, William, I don't know. NNVC is right here for me. Okay, so I don't know why it wouldn't show up. Now, the up gappers is potentially a filter that, for instance, let me just take a look at NNVC. So you remember now, it depends when you started looking at it, 966. So my up gappers have to take out a that pre-market high. So it's not going to show up for a while, but it certainly shows up on my actives. So anyway, don't know what to say on that. Having said that, NNVC, look at this. I mean, it's up 100% right now. 27 million have traded already. 9.5 million in the float. And this is a virus play. So NNVC is a virus play. Now, I traded Rocket in the pre-market. I'm not in it anymore. RKT, got in it right here in that 27 break and rode it through 28 and kind of took two out. 28, what did I get out at? 28.19 and just underneath 27, or just underneath 28. So now it's coming down. See what happens later on in the day. But that was a nice little pre-market trade. Kopin, KOPN is an earnings play. Pretty wild. Look at this, 1187 all the way down to 967. But this is an earnings play. Now, I know a lot of you follow FUBO, F-U-B-O. F-U-B-O is an earnings play, and it's starting to a little bit of rippage here now, guys. The high looking left is, on that daily chart, is 4080, so it's above that high. So, I mean, it has a little bit of room. I mean, this could, I mean, it's an earnings play. They released after hours yesterday. You can see here's the mauve area right there. So that's the after hours reaction. Kind of was holding pre-market, and now it's starting to pop. And that is FUBO. Here's one that I was thinking may get a bit of a run. I think it's a pretty low float. However, it was giving it up the last time I looked. But keep an eye on this one. Yeah, it's not a super low float, 24 million. One of these ones, they've done an acquisition. And there's no way this is an IPO. Probably a similar name change right here. So it looks like an IPO, all-time high. But anyways, is GEG. GEG. So definitely keep an eye on this one. And I'm hearing CHFS. CHFS. I put that in my, this is an earnings play. CHFS. Big area right there. Take a look at that. 1111. 1111. That's a 200-day moving average. So it's right there. It's at 1110 right now. Boy, FUBO on the move here, guys. FUBO, absolutely on the move. Might want to keep an eye on XPAV. I want to show you NIO. So NIO, so this is an earnings play, one of the big China EVs, of course. And this is just getting thumped right now. Okay, so there it is. But the reason I'm taking a look at XPAV, you know, XPAV and LI are both moving down. Also, look at XPAV if it gives up this area right here. So it's at 33.38. The low looking left looks like it's around 32, what is it, 32.72. So it's not that far away. You know, if it takes out this area, look out below for XPAV. FGen, let's see, this is another earnings play. I call these E-gaps in case you're wondering. This is an E-gap down just to save typing. So FGen is an earnings play, big gap down. I got a huge gap down, 24% already through the 200-day moving average. Maybe going to find some support down here around 37. INSG is another earnings play. INSG, another earnings play. Another big gap down, 18%. Another one toying with that 200-day moving average. 1227, it's right on it. You know, it's right there. Another earnings play gapping down. More expensive one, AI, down 11%. The reason I look at this one, I mean, for those of you looking for, well, not necessarily for more expensive ones, but take a look at this. If it gives up, well, it's already given up 110. So, I mean, there's really not a lot of support till about 100. So those of you interested in more expensive ones, and that's AI. SSKN, let's see if it's holding its gap. SSKN. Yeah, it is actually. The SSKN is holding the gap. The high was 249. Trying to see if there's any specific news on it. They had some news, announces inducement, appoints. Yeah, they appointed a CEO. This was after hours yesterday, so there is some news on this SSKN. Now look at this one. I don't know if it's still holding its gap. JCS. Big move up here. 123%. A merger with Pineapple Energy. Every time I saw that, I thought of Seth Rogen. Pineapple Energy. Look at this huge gap up here, guys. Obviously, let's say obviously, but I can't see any other area. Okay, so you've got to go back to 2011, or sorry, you've got to go back to about 2015 before we see these highs. JCS. MP. They're an EV play. Supplier of, what do they do again? Rare earth. MP, this is an all-time high. MP, an all-time high. Look at this move here. All right, let's see if this one has any legs today. VISL, it's not a huge contract, but they did make an announcement today. A $4 million Department of Defense contract, VISL. Hit 417 in the pre-market, kind of holding. Has some room. And this one was just ripping, just as I was opening the room. YSG. And it's actually still up there. So this is a China stock, an acquisition, a prestige skincare brand. So they're acquiring that. And look at the room it's got. And actually it's not a low float, 351 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Don't all have to be low floats, but. And then the last one I saw was AMRS. AMRS is an earnings play. And the next high, looking left on that daily chart, looks like around 1860, so it does have some room. Again, when I say that, we just have to wait for the market to open to see what it wants to do. It may just fade off. Market, let's just take a look at what the overall market's doing. So the SPY is basically flat right now. Keep an eye on also PBR. This is, of course, one of those, and Vail is a Brazilian stock also. Look at the gap down now. Now remember, this gap down, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago with all the Brazilian stocks, basically putting a general in charge of PBR, so the market did not like that, but it did rally for a couple of days. But look at this, giving it up, and look underneath. There's really nothing to hold this. I mean, it's a huge float, 3.7 billion in the float, but it's definitely interesting, PBR. And so taking a look at Vail, which is another Brazilian stock. Yeah, so it's down 3% right now. Another one on the move right now is MVIS. Actually, I forgot to add it to my list. I did see it here, but MVIS. And let's see, that XPEV, guys, if it ever gives this up in a big way, 30. I have to put an alert here. 32.92. I just have to put that alert there and see if it gives it up. Perry is also on the move. PERI. A little bit of resistance on the way up, but I mean it's been a strong stock at times, but the rest of the market kind of fell. But look at this now, PERI. So this is, I believe, what's happening here is, so they've lifted, yeah, so they're guiding higher now. Q1 sales, they're basically guiding higher. So they had earnings February 9th already, but now they're guiding higher. All right, KXIN. Yeah, it's another China stock. Well, okay, I mean, take a look at it. I mean, to me, there seems to be a lot of resistance, not that far away. I mean, it's up 17%, up 60 cents, but when you look at the daily chart, you look left and you have 412 and you have this area right here around, that 420 to 430 mark. So, it looks like there's, quite a bit of resistance. Obviously, if it can, break out of here, but that would probably be too much to ask today. Although it did get up to 468, which is right around here. Again, have to wait for the market to open. It's not a super low float. I don't have any move. Let's see, rises on a 1.2 billion vehicle sales contract by subsidiary. So there was some news for it. In IN, see that every now and then. Yeah, I see this a lot with this one. It doesn't mean it's going to happen today, but the big gap up pre-market and then the fade. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. It's a low float. I don't know if they have any specific news. Yeah, the rally, FDA acceptance, so there is some news on it. SCNS is also something that I have my eye on, but I wanted to watch it to see if it held. It's not terrible. I mean, it was high of almost 4. Excuse me. So it's giving up a little bit. They have a. Thought I had some news on that. Patent award. I think they were awarded a patent. This is Yeah, they were awarded a patent. Integrated optical filter. So there was a patent award for SENS. And Real has been talking about OSS. Which is it's a financing, $10 million financing. All right, guys, I'm just going to quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, we have a few more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get a few of them in right now. All right, I see a couple of upgrades for the cruisers. Macquarie is all over the cruisers this morning. So we've got those guys. Citigroup upgrading Beyond Meat, BYND. A few more to go. All All right, there are some of the upgrades. Is this from briefing.com? Lots of sites out there that have upgrades and downgrades. I use that one just because it makes it easy on me. They just send it to my email about 10 minutes after the market opens, so it makes it easy for me. I don't have to do any searching. Couple of downgrades for that INSG. INSG is an earnings play today. Three downgrades. Hey, look at it. Okay, I got to take. You might want to put ATNX in. I didn't see that pre-market. ATNX. I want to take a look at that one. There are three downgrades for ATNX. Let me just take a look at ATNX. What it's doing. I didn't really see that this morning. Well, I don't know why. Oh, I see. Yeah, huge gap down. Wait a minute. This was yesterday. So a big gap down yesterday for ATNX. So it's trying to rally just a little bit. Okay, ESI, take a look at ESI. Somebody type that symbol in, ESI. Okay, so what's happening here? So there's no volume. It's hard to know what's going to happen. There's just no volume yet. You know, it looks like this will be an all-time high though if it breaks out here. 1940, what's the high right there? 1940, 1940. So it's right at an all-time high. There's just no volume yet, so it's hard to know. Okay, guys, and again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just click on New from the channel bar, New, and then New, and then Channel Bar, and then here's my watch list right there. All right, you'll get these three windows plus a couple of charts, but these two windows, nothing will happen until at least 9:45. And that's by design. You'll start to get some alerts right at 9:30, more than likely in this window. Okay, so this JCS, man, that's a super low float. Anything could happen with this one today. I mean, look at this. I mean, I don't know again where any resistance is. I think I went back to when? 2015? Yeah, 2015 is where you get some areas. I'm not sure that's going to block it. Upgrades and downgrades, these are just opinions by analysts or where they think a stock may go. So they either upgrade the stock or downgrade the stock. Sometimes I put a price target, sometimes I don't, but these are just opinions. Yeah, with Pineapple Energy, merger with Pineapple Energy, that's the deal with JCS. So Alan, yeah, so if you want to follow my watch list, again, from the from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then and I forgot to mention, Here's my watch list right there. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. JCS is the acquirer. You're absolutely right. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It's a merger, so I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, you meant to say doesn't seem to matter that much anymore. Not does. I think that's what you meant to, real. Okay, so Riot is up, and my guess is Mara is going to be up. So big area for Riot to try to take out that 57 right there. You know, with Bitcoin coming back, take a look at that area right here. For Riot, it looks like around 50, just over 57, where it's right at it. You can see the highs right there, 56.89, 56.46, and 55.89. So it's above these highs. I'm sorry. Trying to eyeball this, but I guess it's above these highs right there on that daily chart. So Mara probably is looking the same, a little bit better actually. It is completely clear of this area. Yeah, SOS. I mean, it's coming back. It got hammered by Hindenburg, one of the short sellers. But you know, they put out a press release yesterday, sort of defending themselves. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, there's QTT is on the move. Also, right now, QTT on the move. What is the float? It's actually, okay, they have earnings coming up March the 4th, pre-market. And now Nielsen, let's see. I don't know what happened after hours yesterday. I don't know if we can believe that big pop to 30. Maybe we can. I don't know. I mean, there was a big pop to 30. I don't know, though, if that is believable. If it is, then, you know, it may try to start to fill in this area if we can believe that. Other than that, I really don't. Truist Securities, I don't see any specific news on it. Roku snaps up Nielsen's video ad business. I guess that's part of it. Okay, guys, the market's going to open in less than a minute, right? Yes, less than a minute. Just shut these down. So it is actually an acquisition? I mean, I see Roku snaps up Nielsen's video ad business. I don't know if that means it's an acquisition, though. Well, guys, if you're a Fubo follower, look at this. What a great reaction so far to earnings. Okay, we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Okay, KOPN is holding. It held 11 so far. There's the high. There's the pre-market highs way up here, 1186. It's an earnings play. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here at 1260 or so. Oh, is it? Oh, is that right? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was an earnings play. You're absolutely right. After hours, I'm very sorry. Well, reaction right now looks like it's earnings now. You're absolutely right. Sorry about that. I thought that was pre-market. No, there goes KOPN, guys. KOPN on the move. Okay, JCS making a high right now, not a pre-market high. The pre-market high is way up here at almost 15, 14, 1470 or so. And again, a low float, 7 million in the float. Look at the volume that's coming in. So it's already traded the float. 7 million is traded, 7 million in the float. So it's already traded the float. Meanwhile, RKT, rocketing back here, guys. There's the pre-market high. What is it now? 2866 or so. I'm not in this anymore. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So this is a gap down in reverse for OSS. It's a nice recovery so far for OSS. Look at that, 750. That's a great reverse so far for OSS. Saw this one, CO, I believe, it's not an earnings play. I did see this one, this CO. Probably really tough to get through 5 though. It's a nice gap up on the daily. And guys, look at that trade of the week. How about that? Look at that, guys. Trade of the week was still is VUZI, VUZI, and the trigger was 20. So we've got a great trade of the week going this week. Trade it as you see fit. I mean, you don't have to, it's up to you how long you're going to hold it if you did get in yesterday. And as William said, well, Sam, all you got to do is come into the room. I talk about it. Come into the room Monday mornings. I also post it on Twitter, my Twitter account. But you can, if you, okay, B Bruin 44, okay, that's my Twitter account. And I always post it about 9 o'clock. Or before that, actually. Monday morning. Guys, Perry and a gap up and go. Gap up and go. Perry, look at this now. Right at, this is not an all-time high, but right up to that level, 2607 is the high looking left. Okay, guys, well, we have to watch it. GME, look at this move. We won't have to watch it, but I know a lot of you are going to be watching it. This is a link, Alan. Okay, there's a link to the other, to what I call the main trading room. It looks like this. At bbruin44. Okay, that's my Twitter handle, whatever it's called. Okay, guys, listen. Look at this XPEV here. I mean, this is turning into a mini disaster for this one. I mean, I think it's reacting. I mean, it has earnings on the 8th, but I think it's reacting to NIO's earnings. NIO's just getting slapped. But XPEV is now breaking down through a pretty important support level. Oops. To put this one in here, Michael Real was mentioning Michael's group, Michael's companies, MIK. All right, Rocket, RKT. Again, I'm not in this one anymore. I did trade it in the pre-market. And of course, I'm waiting for the first one of the options. UWMC, right back. It's fading a bit. Right back up now. UWMC. I don't know if there's some news on this one. And we have a halt. No, I'm sorry, we have a resume. INM just resumed. INM just resumed. So it was halted, now it's resumed. Canadian company, where are they out of? Hey, hometown, Vancouver, okay. INM, it's a low float, 6.9 million in the float. Meanwhile, CHSF, gap up and go. Right to the 200-day, guys. Again, remember we saw this in the pre-market. Got right up to the 200-day, 11.11. So it's just still sort of flirting with it. And now, the AMRS, guys, what a level it's at. Look at this, 1857. Takes that out. It's got all sorts of room. AMRS. I don't remember if I had any news on this. Just a gap up. Oh, it's an earnings play. Pre-market. I'm right. Okay, this time I'm right. This is an earnings play, guys. AMRS. Wow, look at this earnings play. Now it's through that. So that area right there, that was the high a few days ago, 1853. It is through it, and it's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. Big float, 134 million in the float. Just a moment, please. Oh, guys, AMRS just, yeah, I mean, earnings play, taking out that high right now. Well, I don't have to check. Here's the weekly chart for it. Yeah, I mean, it's from 2 to 18. Absolutely. I see what you're talking about. Okay, so JCS, so now this is now really falling. I mean, look at these topping tails. Looked like it was going to try to rebound, maybe challenge that area, but it's starting to really fall now. And I'm talking about the JCS. All right, guys, AMRS. Yeah, Christopher, you were talking about in our YouTube room. Now we had an issue with the streaming, so it wasn't on purpose. Through that 200 day now, guys. That CHFS. Okay, one moment, please. Honey, are you up now? I am the house alarm clock. Everybody up? SLGG on the move. SLGG on the move. Super League Gaming. You know, guys, keep an eye on the INSG. It's right at that 200. It's just underneath the 200-day moving average. A lot of downgrades. It's a earnings play. Release earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction. And now it's a continuation down so far. All right, guys, this is a classic gap up and go. Gap up, go. And this is through that 200 day. We talked about that. Look at this now. It's tacked on $1 from once it finally really broke through that 200 day moving average. All right, so we have a couple now in for my watch list. Cars. So above all these highs right here, cars, what sort of room does it have? Is it above? Wow, I mean, this has got some room, guys. Cars, not huge volume yet. For it is seven times normal. But just look left, look at what could happen. I mean, we've got a massive potential gap fill for cars. And guys, I don't have to tell you, you want to trade this GameStop, you're on your own. All right. All right, so this one, again, Michael's, MIK, above all these highs now, right there. Look at that, look on the weekly chart. So this has room also. Again, when I say room, I'm, just, well, wait a minute now. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Yeah, it has a little bit of room. I mean, 20 might block it, 19 might block it, a whole number. But you look at that monthly chart and you can see the highs are around 2047. So we're at 1804 right now. So that would be the next area of potential resistance. Gosh, lots of action. You see, I'm just couldn't. That's a big miss by me. INSG, guys, I was just talking about it and I just got distracted looking at something else. And now look at INSG. Bunch of downgrades and it is in earnings play, so it will be active. Son of something. Okay, so now, so this just appeared on the options. So let's take a look at it. NNVC. I'm going to stick an alert again up on that area. See if it takes it out again. All right, it's trying to get right back up. There are the pre-market highs. It has no real, let's take a look here. I want to see some sort of resistance areas. I think the next high in the weekly chart is almost 10, so that's not an issue. And on the daily, I don't really see anything. So, I mean, it has a shot. It's going to, again, stick my price alert up here again. See if it takes it out again. And that's for the NNVC. Boy, this is just what I don't really. I mean, if you're still short this, I know you were short earlier. In fact, I know you're not short. You don't hold on this long. But what a great short for JCS. It is not shortable anymore for me. It was earlier. It is not shortable now for me. Look at XPAV, guys. Man, this could be a. Ooh, what's the low right there? I think it's right at that low. 32.72, 32.77. I mean, it's right at that low. Well, this NNVC, I mean, it's chopping around right here. I'd like to see it really break out there like that. Where for NNVC? Oh no. Okay, guys, we've got maybe a winner going here for the NNVC. Yeah, it's still pretty choppy. 9.5 million in the float. Look how many shares is traded already. 51 million. 5 times the float. Over 5 times the float have already traded. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Mo, we have a position in one of our position filters. Position, oops, got to spell it right. The question was, how do I find stocks that are 10% below the 52-week high? So here's the 52, so the position in year. Okay, and then add the filter. So you want to have 90%. Or position in minimum of 90%, maximum, I don't know. So you could put the minimum, just use the min and the max here in the position in year, and you can adjust it to see what sort of looks you're getting. No, you don't have to reserve the stocks, no. I mean, the question was from the YouTube room, do you have to reserve the stocks before you're short? With Interactive Brokers, if you look at your order entry and you see the symbol right underneath, it's going to tell you if it's shortable or not. If you see a big bright green dot, this is in Interactive Brokers, that means it's instantly shortable, okay? If it's a faded one, then they'll have to look for you. If they have to look for me, I just forget about it. Yeah, so this is too whippy right now. The NNVC is just way too whippy right now. You know, I was holding off. I wanted to see if I could take out that 950 with any resolve as we speak. No. Well, I didn't take NNVC. I was waiting for that. I was waiting to see how well it traded above 850. The alert was at 850, so I was waiting to see how well it traded. It started to move, but it pulled back almost immediately, so I didn't trade it. I know. Somebody asked my opinion of I know. For what? Shorting it? Certainly, it's an earnings play, March 1st, so it released earnings after hours. There's a reaction and continuing down. So I'm not really sure how I can. Why would it squeeze? I mean, I see there's a big short float, but why? Like, who's going to buy it right now? And it released earnings. Obviously, the reaction to earnings is not good. I mean, I suppose it could bounce, but I mean, right now the reaction is not good. Yeah, that's what I told him, Fred. But yeah, that's nice that you posted that also. As usual, guys, things are very whippy in the first half hour, first 15 minutes. That's typically why I don't like to, just trying to check to see. And what's the market doing? So the market is just down, well, Dow's up a little, SPY's down a little, tech is, giving up a little. Yeah, so if you don't want to hear anything at all, then now, are you using the web-based version, Debonair? Or using our app, the downloadable application? It shouldn't matter if you right click properties and uncheck the actions or uncheck the play sound. Okay, just uncheck play sound. So right click on the alert window that you don't want, properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound, and then okay. If you don't want any sounds at all, then there's a toggle between the Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. That's a toggle which will mute all of your sounds if that's what you want. How do you extend the you mean upwards? You can't. You can't. I mean, if that's what you're talking about, Fred. You know what, guys? I mean, I resurrected my gap continuation or reverse yesterday, getting some really good looks. I'm talking about this. Keep an eye on this one, AMTX. This is a gap down and reverse. It's been very choppy in the first couple of minutes, or on the 2-minute chart. But look what it did yesterday. It got up to 16 something, 1640 or so, and it's trying to come back. Boy, MIK, is this an earnings play? So they release on the 4th before the market opens. I don't know why it is. Oh, I see. Okay, attracting buyout interest from a private equity firm. That is the reason, MIK. I'm sure somebody might have posted that already. I'm just noticing that now. So Mo, I just told you. Oh, all-time high, the same thing. Same thing. You should get familiar with our position in ranges, okay? So just do a search, and if you type in position, start typing in position, notice all the position in ranges that we have, all right? And one of them right down here is the lifetime range. Okay, so just get used to taking a look at all these different position and ranges we've got. So you can do the same thing. Well, again, you just right click on an alert window or your top list window, configure, search. And in the search box, just start typing in position, and here they all are. Position, the open, 5-minute, etc., etc. Scroll down until you get, here's the lifetime. Okay? Well, the minimum, I mean, if you want it to be at least 90% above a lifetime low, so just put 90 as an example. Okay? So this will be minimum 90% above the lifetime low. In other words, within 10%. 10% of the high, lifetime high. I mean, if you want it like really exact, I mean, you could put 85 But just experiment with it, okay? Put 90, and that'll give you stocks that are within, you will get some stocks at the high, all-time high, but you'll see stocks between 90 and that, so it'll be the minimum within 10% of the high. Just experiment though, okay? So Fred, you have to assign one of the strategies, for the buy and sell, you have to have one of your strategies assigned to how you want to trade it, okay? So you take one of the strategies and you see where, pick whatever one you want, if it's a long strategy, and then you see where it says set as default chart long, then edit your strategy as you want to trade it, and then that's how you can use your buy button. But you have to set one of the strategies as the way in which you want to trade on the chart. Are you talking to me, Alan, or are you talking to somebody else? Are you talking about Webull or what? That's a big fall then for net element. Wasn't this quite a lot higher? Yeah, I mean, that was up to 18. Well, I mean, it's trying to bounce. I mean, it is trying to bounce today. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. I mean, a couple of days ago was down to 10. It's holding. I think, you've got to probably get through 1250 for a really big bounce. You can just look left on the daily chart, a couple of highs right around that 1250 mark. Okay, so Alan, this is what I would do before you drive yourself crazy. Take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? And if you click on that, this is what you're going to see, the 20 short lessons, how to create a top list, alert windows, etc. I think that will give you a good solid foundation for using our scanner. And then after that, all the position, we've got a ton of filters and alerts. You don't have to know every single one of them. But the position in ranges, I find it very, very handy. The different time frames, I find them very handy. All right, so now Rocket, looks like it might start to fade. We got a bunch of little topping tails there for RKT. Bunch of them on the 5-minute chart, some on the 15. All right, KXIN on the way down here. There's a gap up and reverse right now. And what do we have for possible support around 3? So that's got some room to run down. 335 or so. A rocket may not be over. Look, RKT may not be over. It's still trying to take out the highs. 30 could really be a block. What SOS alert are you talking about on Trade Ideas this morning? What do you mean by that, Annie? Okay, give me a moment here. Well, okay. I mean, SOS. I mean, I don't. There are a ton of alerts probably for SOS, and depending on what you're looking at, what your alert window configuration is, or so. I mean, I really can't comment on. I don't know what you're looking at exactly. It's not really. It's an idea. Okay. Difference between an alert. I mean, they're all alerts, but that's just an idea. It doesn't mean you have to take the trade. Yeah, I mean, it's been beaten up. You know, it got beaten up. Hindenburg came out with a big damning expose on them. Well, this is a 2 minute chart. This is a 5 minute chart. This is a 15 minute chart for SOS. Yeah, I don't. I don't trade ETFs. Okay, so keep an eye on Ride, guys. I had that one. Yeah, look at this. Look at Ride. 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 I had this not thumbnail, but price alert. There is the high looking left a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess, and it's right at that high, 2165. If it can really take that out, look at the room it's got. Okay, Rocket did not pull back. I mean, a little bit, but it is now through 30. And then it's RKT. All right, so XPEV is actually bouncing now. It held that area. You know, that was a big area, and look what it did. It did hold that area. So far, anyway, XPEV is putting a little bit of a bounce. Let's see if it's a fake bounce or not. So this UWMC looks like it's starting to come into some resistance right here. This is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. MDLX, let's take a look MDLX, see if there's any. No, there had to be some news. I don't see it. There has to be some news on it. No, this is, yeah, senior notes. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't even have a. I don't even know what the situation is here for them. Okay, so get into the habit. If you look at AMRS, I'm not saying this is a profit target, but if you start looking left, just look to see where the next areas of resistance are. So we've got to go back to, man, we've got to go back to 2016 before we see areas, these prices. Now, if you think that's resistance, I don't, I mean, we're going 5 years ago. I mean, that might be resistance. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I don't think like 5 years ago it's a different market. But you're looking at something certainly extended on the monthly chart. So when I look at, I don't look at target so much. I mean, real's going to, I know we always have this discussion. All I do is look left to see where the next highs are on the higher time frames. And that's where I think, okay, that could be a stalling point. So if you want to call that a target, fine. So that's why I have these higher time frames. Because virtually everything I do is stock is making a new high for the day. And then I'm examining, all right, great, you made a new high for the day. Where could you keep going to without any chart resistance? So that's why I have to take a look at these higher time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly. A volume surge, well, we have a couple of filters for that. You know, you can try. Well, first of all, if you want, you can use. I've got one called Momentum Up. So one of the scans that I'm sharing, if you can just find my homepage tab. Okay, there's my homepage tab, Annie, and then if you click on it, click on my link, my homepage link. And then if you go to the scans section from my home page, one of the scans I've got, Momentum Up, that has a volume surge component in it. And you can take a look at it, okay? But in general, just give me a moment here. Just gotta. Okay, in general, if you right click on an alert window and then types in the search box, type volume. All right, so now if you scroll down a little bit, you see the volume 1 minute, volume 5 minute, 10, 15, etc. So if you want big explosions in the 1 minute, so you'll see if you take a look at that Momentum Up that I shared, it has a volume in 1 minute, it's 1,000%. So I mean that you're going to get some really explosions on the 1 minute chart. It means volume is coming in. Okay? So hard for me to answer the question, Ethan, when you talk about I'm receiving an error when Holly AI starts a trade. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Are you talking about auto trading? What exactly are you talking about? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, somebody asked about Eamon. Take a look at Eamon. Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the pre-market. You know, still, it's a nice pop. Lots of pretty good volume. It's a big float for a $5 stock, 61 million. And you can see him in the weekly chart. So I don't know if that was today's high. Yeah. So I mean, look, 2 weeks ago there was the high. It stalled right there. I guess if it can take it out, it has some room. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Awarded a U.S. patent. Okay, so was it awarded a U.S. patent for direct patterning display technology? Oh, Derek, I have no idea why the sell-off. If you try to analyze why things happen when news breaks, okay, you'll go crazy. So, there's the old adage, if you're not familiar with it, you buy the rumor, you sell the news. So you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, so why did it sell off on news? However, look, guys, the trigger was 20. I think you could have got in, as William said yesterday, the best you could have done yesterday was get in around 2020. It's, you know, so a stock that goes from, if you got in around 2020 or 2030, a stock that goes up to 26 in 2 days. I mean, look, I'm not going to tell you how to trade the trade of the week. I know what I'd be doing. It's something that moves that quickly. So Ethan, again, I don't know if you're okay. So that is a real technical issue that I cannot help you with. So I'm going to have to send you to. I'm going to give you our homepage link and start a discussion. You're going to see when you click on the homepage link. Yeah, just okay. Go to the homepage. I can't help you there. I don't. You know, somebody's going to have to maybe. You might have to send your files and have it analyzed. Okay, so just click on the that homepage link and you'll see a little, it's not really a pop-up, but it'll say start live discussion, and just say, this is the error message I'm getting when I'm trying to auto trade. Now, here's something else. Are you auto trading using the simulator, or are you using a live account, your IB account? Can you answer that for me, please, Ethan? Are you using a simulator doing this, or are you using a live account with IB, Interactive Brokers? She certainly is. Now I got a wet hand. All right, so Ethan, have you ever done it before? Have you ever auto traded it before? Yes, I understand I understand, Ethan, that you have IB, but have you ever tried to auto trade the AI before with your account? Okay, so this is what I'm getting at, Ethan. Before you do it, I would absolutely, I'm almost going to demand that you try the simulator first and see how it goes, okay? Do not trade your account unless I would not auto trade the AI. Okay, then Ethan, please, what you should do not trade your live account, your Interactive Brokers account. Use our simulator and practice, see how it works. You can turn all the AI strategies on and just see how it works, okay? Yeah, so don't do it. This is what I'm saying. Use the simulator. Do not connect to your Interactive Brokers account until you have actually seen how it works. I mean, I don't agree with auto trading the AI, letting it run in complete auto fashion. You might want to, if you want to auto trade the entries, that's one thing, but manage the exits on your own. But before you do any of that, click on the simulator. Well, it doesn't matter if you've been trading for years. If you've never traded, auto traded our AI, before I would do that, commit money to the market, see how it works with the simulator. It's not a matter of how many years you've been trading. Well, okay. Well, listen. I'm not going to. Okay, if you want to trade your account without trying the simulator first, then go ahead. I don't think you should do that. I think you should practice with the simulator. It's not practicing trading. It's seeing how auto trading the AI is for you. If you've never done it before, then you may as well be a rookie trader. Okay. It's if you've never done anything like that before with our AI, then I would practice with the simulator first. But you know what? If you're bound and determined to do it, then I can't help you. I'm sorry. So go to our homepage and indicate that you have got that error message. And hopefully somebody will be able to help you, okay, on that error message you're getting. I just think, I'm only going to say it one more time. I just think it's more prudent to try in the simulator first. I don't care if you've got 100 years trading experience. You know, I would want to see how it would work auto trading the AI in the simulator just to see how it would work. But anyway, I guess enough said. Yeah, so my watch list is, my channel is only going to give you this. If you want my entire layout, Ethan, okay, you practice with, I understand you know how the concept of the AI, I get it, but you've never used, you've never actually used real money. But listen, if you want to do it, go ahead. But the error message you're getting, you're going to have to go to our homepage. I can't help you. I don't. They're going to have to take a look to see why that's happening for you. Okay. So if you want my entire watch list or my entire layout or the layout that you see on my screen, then if you go to my homepage right there and click on again the link and scroll up, scroll to the scan section, click here, and you see Barry's layout right there. It's possible, the dreamer. But I'm going to send him to our tech support and maybe send the files and all that. All right, this is a great so far a big gap up and go for UWMC. It took out that area. I thought that might block it, but it is not. Okay, so Wonder, eventually, it's still in progress. Eventually, this calendar feature, the tab, you'll be able to click on the calendar and you'll be able to see all the previous trades. You see the trades, you'll actually have a P&L curve, etc. Okay, it's just not ready yet. I think the tab is there. If you, I'm not sure what version you got. I'm pretty sure the tab is there for you. It's just that it's still a work in progress. So you could add, if you click on new, and if you click on new, and then not up here in this toolbar, but within Brokerage Plus, if you click on new and then calendar tab, if you don't see it, then I would then probably suggest you get a later version or a more recent version of Trade Ideas. Well, it's not a matter of having B plus. B plus have been around for a while, but it doesn't really matter because it's a work in progress right now. Okay, Ethan. Okay. Yeah, it's a great gap for Perry. It's not an earnings play. It's a great breakout. Look at that on the daily chart. I'm just trying to see any specific reason for it. Okay, again, yeah. So they're guiding higher. They've already had earnings February 9th, but they're already guiding higher for the next quarter or for this quarter. So that is the reason for the pop. Well, yeah, and again, you guys are on your own, okay? I mean, this GameStop, what's the high yesterday? 134. Don't ask me for advice on how to trade it. Oh, okay, this is another. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. SWCH is another earnings play gapping down. Released after hours yesterday. There was a reaction. Really not a huge reaction pre-market, but look at this now. SWCH. Wow, what a fast morning. 10:29 already. Okay, well, first of all, welcome. If you're brand new to the room, welcome. Monday to Friday, this is the format between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. Yeah, so Mike, every time you click on an alert, okay, in an alert window, you'll get a blue arrow. That's just showing you the candle in which the alert happened. That's all that means, okay? So the question was, I get a blue arrow on some stocks on my chart. So you can see I click on INUV at 9:59. So on the 15-minute chart, that is where the alert happened. On the 2-minute chart, there's the alert. On the 5-minute chart, that's all that arrow is talking about. Okay. All right. So if you have, well, I shouldn't say if you have Trade Ideas. What I'm going to do is take a look. I'm going to put my link, my homepage link, into our YouTube room also. Well, it doesn't matter what alert window. If you just click on an alert, the candle will show up. It doesn't matter what alert window. Okay? You go to any alert window, and I'll go to this alert window right there, CHFS. Okay, at 9:38. Here's where the alert happened. on the 15. Here it was on the 2. Here it is on the 5. All right, so I want to talk about my home page. All right, so in the trading room, and I put the link into the YouTube feed also. So if all you have to do is find my tab. It's called Barry's homepage. Scroll up. If you're in this room, scroll up, and there it is. And when you do that, whoops. Okay, do it again. Oh no, what did I do? I think I accidentally, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I know you hear me in the YouTube feed. I think I accidentally booted myself out, so I'm going to have to restart. Give me a moment. I know you guys can hear me in the YouTube room. I just got to get back into the other room. Okay, I'm back in. Just a minute. I just got to, just give me a second. All right, we should be good to go again. You should be able to see my screen and hear me. A couple of yeses, good, okay. Yeah, I accidentally exited the room. Okay, so let me try to do this a little more carefully. So click on my home page right there. Click on my link, my home page link. And so a lot of information is here. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use to get 15% off either the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. So we have 4 plans. So an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So let's take a look at the annual on premium. $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, the main reason why people want to have access to it, is the AI, okay, which I'm going to go over. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want. You can go month to month. 118 or 228. You can apply that 15% to the first month only. After that, you'll go to these regular prices, okay? Just so you know. More information on my homepage, including the trade of the week, which has been a sensational one this week. It was VUZI. The trigger was around $20. You can sign up for it right here. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a video every day around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them right here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, okay, including my layout. Now I do have a layout scan that I'm sharing, plus all of these other individual scans. I mean, you may not want my entire layout. You might have a layout of your own. You might want to take a look at some of the individual scans. Just to let you know, this is what I use in the pre-market. I use my gap up and down shared pre-market, actives up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Education link, a big education link right here, including the 20 lessons. I always like to put that link on its own. I think it's really, really important that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, just take a day. It's not going to take you 20 days, but just take some time to take a look at it. Yeah, so we don't have EMAs, Mike, so I can tell you right off the bat, we don't have EMAs. Okay, okay, Joseph, let me keep going a little bit here, and then I'll answer your question, okay? I just want to keep going. So, Alan, if you want my layout, again, just click on my homepage, okay? Click on the homepage, and when you do that, you'll be brought to this page, and then click on the scan section right there. There's the scan section. Click here, and there it is, right at the top, Barry's layout. The reason I make you guys do this, I'd be spending all day long posting links in. So, I make you do a little bit of work. Just go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and all the scans, including my layout, are there. Okay. Well, can you see the tab? That's what I'm asking you. Can you see the tab? You might have to scroll up. You're down here. Can you not? You see, you're in. I don't know what tab that is in. I guess you're in off topic. Can you not see right on my screen? It says Barry's homepage. It's one of the tabs. Okay, maybe you have to scroll up. All these tabs are at the top. Can you see my screen? Well, that's what the AI is all about, Annie. Okay, that is what the AI is all about. That gives you, which I'm going to go over, you have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get it right at the entry price, but this is kind of laid out for you. That's the only one that is. Everything else you see here, these are ideas. This is the only one, though, that has actually like an entry price and a stop. And then, you manage to trade as you see fit. I'm going to go over that. I just want to make sure Alan can finally find my homepage tab. Should be up at the top. And with all the other tabs. Oh, infinity. I have no. I can't answer a question like that. It all depends on your trading style, your trading experience. I cannot answer a question like that. Okay, how are you missing the tabs? Can somebody help? I know that we get the question every now and then. Can somebody help who see, because this is what I see, of course. Can you see my screen? Is there some trick to seeing my tabs? Okay, so I'm getting a lot of questions right now. Is there a way to hide the tabs? I didn't know there was a way to hide the tabs. Well, the only reason it would not Rochelle, show you is that you do not have the column then up. There's the stop price column. If you don't have, so it will definitely, all you have to do is add the column then. Right click on columns, and it's an alphabetical order. So if you don't have the stop column, then just add it. Because the question was, I don't have a stop price. Okay, thank you. Look up from where you're typing to the middle of the screen on the left. And there's my homepage tab. Okay. Okay, do want to talk about what Trade Ideas is first, for those of you who are new. We're a scanner, that's what we are. And so what you see here is just a scan that I've put together. These are ideas. This is not meaning, okay, you get an alert, you take the trade immediately. It's, you know, you have to have some chart. Great, you found it. Okay. So this is a scan I put together, and again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. And I'm just going to show you. So I have, and again, I'm sharing this, but if you load it onto your screen and you take a look at the filters that I'm using and you want a different price range, of course you can change it. You know, this is what I'm looking for, you know, prices between 1 and 20. Where's that minimum volume is 400,000 shares, things like that. Okay, these are the filters that I've put in. And you can, of course, adjust them if you want to. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these here. Okay, every time INSG makes a new low, I'm going to see it. So that's an example of a scan that you can put together. So what we did is, instead of forcing you to learn, have to learn a programming language, we created a lot of alerts. These are all alerts. And when you get to this icon, these icons here, these are the filters. So I think for the vast majority of you, we have created enough alerts and filters that you can make a combination to get the looks that you're looking for. Okay? So we don't force you to learn a programming language. No, we don't have. I know what you're talking about. That's e-signal. No, I mean, listen. We went just as I'm explaining. We went the route of trying to make it easy on most people who don't want to learn programming languages. I know what get is. So we just try to make it very, very easy. So that is what Trade Ideas is. Okay, we're a scanner first and foremost. Now I want to talk a little bit about the AI. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And so what happens once the market closes, the AI will get to work on an optimization strategy on those 50 strategies. And then that's what happened last night. And then these are quite a few. These are the ones that made, in fact, probably too many. I don't like that. But these are the ones that made the cut. Okay. Why they made the cut? Right profit factor, win percentage, combination, some other factors come into play. And I always say, I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care is tell me where the alerts are from those strategies during the day. Now, what I would do is I would click on new. To follow them is click on new from their toolbar, AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that you will see. Okay, you'll have an entry, you'll have a stop, and you basically just manage the trades as you see fit. And what I would do also is I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. Just, take it and have it part of your layout. Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get an alert from our AI, okay? Just give me one moment, please, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm now back, and you see, now one of the things is how I use the AI. There's no video on how to use the AI, Holly, okay? I mean, everybody, different ways to use it. For me, I like to sort on this aggressive profit column to see what stocks are, doing the best during the day and use it as a watch list. I should be in INSG. This is right in my wheelhouse in terms of the price range. I like the ones under $20, and but I missed it because I was talking and doing other things. But that's how I use the AI. How you're going to use it is up to you. Okay, so Mike, I don't have a scanner exactly like that. I'm asked for something that might be a pullback and then moving higher. Okay, I'm going to give you something that you can take a look at. It's called biggest pullback winners. Okay, you can take a look at it. It may not be exactly what you're looking for, but what it's looking for. You can see NNVC. I mean, this is really a disaster now, but it's still up 58%. So it's a winner that is pulling back. Whether it bounces from here is, that's another issue. But I will give you this one, and you can take a look at it. And anybody else that wants it. So I don't have something exactly like you're looking for, but you might want to take a look at that. And I'll put this I'll put that scanner. Some people might like to take a look at the biggest pullbacks on winners. And if you flipped it, you get the biggest pull-ups on losers. Okay, stocks that are, really at sunk, maybe moving higher, and then are looking to fall again. All right, where was I? So we talked about the AI. Now, guys, okay, I have to do something here. I mean, I'm not paying attention to my simulator at all. So this is what I'm going to, I mean, obviously I would never, ever, ever, ever be in the NNVC this late. So let me just do a couple of things here. Okay. Okay, just a minute. Okay. A few distractions happening for me right now, but so let's take a look at what you're seeing right here. This is what we call our Brokers Plus. This is an option only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available to you. Okay. So I'm going to put a link in. Disregard the E-Trade or TD Ameritrade (TDA) in this link. Right now, it only works with Interactive Brokers. I have no idea when E-Trade or E-Trade or TDA will be available, okay? So what am I talking about? So this is Brokers Plus. If you watch that video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you would connect to live, all right? And then you can use this window right here to trade from within Trade Ideas. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, if you're familiar with Interactive Brokers, well, if you obviously have it, you're somewhat familiar. It's a very archaic looking program. This is I would call this more aesthetically pleasing, but it's more than that. So what you can do is things like this. Let's just say I take a look at INUV, and I check the chart and I think, yes, I'd like to trade it. I can right click, hover over that trade, and you notice I've got some buying and shorting options. How did these happen? Watch the video. You can set up your own buying and shorting options. So this is what we call one-click trading. So I could, if I got my, and you can also do this in the simulator, which I'm going to get to, but this is how you can trade using your Interactive Brokers account. All right. So watch that video. Shows you how to set these up. Now, do you have to use, I really want to make, hammer this point home. Trade Ideas is a scanner, so you can use Trade Ideas with any brokerage platform, okay? This is just sort of a handy feature that we've got, that if you want to be able to use it, if you can use it, great, if you have an IB account, but it's not mandatory at all. We link with quite a few brokerage platforms. All linking means is that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform, and then from there you trade it. Okay, you can't establish a link with your brokerage platform. Again, not the end of the world. Then you just have to type the symbol in. Okay, so we're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker out there. Yeah, it's not available. It's still too buggy, E-Trade. Okay, what you're looking at is something that was if you click on the latest version, the development version, you'll notice that E-Trade is gone. So I would not recommend, okay, NT, I would not recommend you do it. I mean, it may work for you, but I would not recommend you do it. Well, for me, Mike, I just use the Trade Ideas charts, okay? We're not a full-blown charting program. I recognize that. We don't have maybe all the indicators. And we have here the indicators that we do have. You see, from my style of trading, the Trade Ideas charts are absolutely fine. Okay, so that is, and also these are some hotkeys. So if you got into a trade, you would just flatten it. If you want to get out, you get out a half your trade, or you could double your trade. But now I really want to talk about the simulator, because I think it's really important, especially if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Can't emphasize it more. Practice trading. We have a great simulator here. You just click on Sim, and it's using our real-time data. Okay? Our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. So hopefully you understand that. So, how to use it? Well, let's say I click on an alert. You'll notice that the symbol shows up right here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. And if you're new, you're probably just going to be buying. You won't be shorting. So, but that you just click on the big buy button, and then you're in the trade. Now, a lot of you might want to prefer, instead of taking trades right at the highs of the day, or you might want to take a trade on a pullback. So, for instance, you might say, "Yeah, I'd like to take AMRS, but I'll take it if it pulls back to this level right here." So here's how you can do it. So there's 1874. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to pull back there, but let's just say that would be more your style. So you pick how many shares you would want to trade. So 300. I'm going to put 1874 or 1880. Just make it a nice more round number. 1880. I'm going to put in both boxes here. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button, and look what happens. Nice big blue line appears on the chart. So if AMRS happens to get down to 1880, it'll take the trade. All right, so that's how you can do a pullback trade. Or you could have also done it in another way, not the pullback, but let's just say there was an area above the price that if you thought it broke through, that it could keep going. In other words, maybe a big resistance area on top of the top. You could also have done it that way. So let's just say 1959. Say I wanted to take the trade at 20. I would have put 20 in both boxes, and that big blue line would have shown up there. Okay. So you can do it both ways. Now let's take a trade. Yeah, I'm missing the boat on I'm not really able to pay attention to my options plays. See if there's anything that it's really worked. Okay, let's take this trade. I mean, it's already taken that trade right there. Okay, what I've done here, I'm going to explain this. I'm auto trading my options. Okay, my options scanner. I'm not trading options. I'm trading the stock. This is just zeroing in, moving higher with unusually strong options. That's all that scanner is doing. Okay, Joseph, just a minute. Okay, stick around. I'll show you now. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of questions today. So, Joseph, are you still there? I'll explain right now. Just give me a heads up if you're still in the YouTube room. Because the playback, I mean, this goes on for 6 hours. You'll never know what it is. Joseph, are you still there? Okay, unfortunately, I guess it's called moving higher with unusually strong options, Annie. Okay, so if you click on my home page link and go to the scan section, and it's called moving higher with unusually. It's just looking for a normal option. Let's just say, for instance, a stock normally over the last 10 days has traded, say, 2,000 contracts. In my option scanner, I've got what's called my option percent filter. I put it in at 400. Means that stock, that's 400% or 4 times. For me to see that stock today, we'll have to have traded 8,000 contracts. Okay, if on average it's only traded, or on average it's traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, then on my option scanner, all I'm doing is I'm just looking for abnormal option activity. I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock. This is question day, which is okay. Man, that's AMRS. Okay, so in the simulator, okay, now if I'm really paying attention, am I going to let? Okay, you know what? I've got to take a trade, guys. I'm sort of not okay. Look at GME again. This is not a recommendation, but those of you who know me well enough, I keep putting price alerts. Probably gives you an idea that I may. But this is, don't ask me for a recommendation on this one, okay? Yeah, the DAC. Funny man. So Mike, if you right click on an alert window and type in block, we do have a block trade alert, okay? So you can try that. There's a block trade alert. I think it's a minimum of 25,000 shares. Okay, what I'm trying to do is just find something to take right away to show you, because we want to talk about putting stop losses and share sizing, the concept of that. Okay, let's take this, again, would I do this? Probably not, but I just have to demonstrate how you can take a trade, okay? Let's find something that's maybe a little bit, that makes a little more sense. Okay, let's just take this XHR. This is from my watch list. It's not triggered because it's not above yesterday's high, but I just want to show you how you can take a trade. Let's just say I want to take this trade right now. Okay, so I'll pick how many shares I want to take. Let's go 300 shares, or I'm going to go 500 shares. 500 shares, I'm going to buy at the market. Spread isn't great, but I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. Okay, so just took the trade, 1902. Now, before you take a trade, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade when it doesn't work. It's called a stop. So if I wanted to place a stop on this one, you have to know where your stop is before you take the trade, because that's going to help you share size, okay? You don't go into every trade saying, well, I'm going to take 500 shares a trade, 100 shares a trade, whatever, okay? Your share size should be based on the difference between your stop and your entry. So that's why you have to know where your stop is before you get into a trade. To make this really, really simple, and it's actually not bad, I'm going to put the stop, what did I get in at? 1902? I'm going to put the stop at 1882. You're going to see why. Now, you might say, well, how do I know where to put a stop? That is, then that's where experience is going to come in. Reading charts, you're looking at a chart thinking, well, there is a support area, just happens to be like a little support area maybe on the 2-minute chart. So if it broke down through that area, you should be out of the trade, okay? So here's the math. I'm in at 1902. My stop is 1882. That is 20 cents away. How many shares I take will be dependent on how much you're willing to risk per trade. I'm sorry, that is wrong. Let me back up. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade, obviously, okay? Let's just say, though, your account size dictates that you can risk $100 a trade. So if I have a 20-cent stop, I'm in at 1902, my stop is 20 cents away, I would divide 20 cents into $100 and I get 500 shares. Just do the reverse, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. What you're trying to do with this is you're trying to minimize or maximize how much or minimize how much you're going to lose every trade. You don't want to, start, depending on your account size, you don't want to go crazy, especially at the beginning. That's why we're saying practice trading. So again, let's just say $100 is what you think you can risk per trade. So the next step now is you may be listening to me and saying, okay, I get the idea. Sure, I should have a stop. And maybe I'm getting a little bit used to where I should be putting my stop on the chart. I'm seeing a little area of support. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So great. Now, what's going to happen, it happens to all of us when we first start out, is you will not obey your stop. Because what'll happen is you'll think, okay, gee, look at this. It's starting to approach my stop price. Well, obviously, because I think this is going to be a wonderful trade. I'm hearing great things about this company. On and on and on. Came from a great scan. It's got to work. So you start second guessing where you've put your stop. So you start moving your stop down to another area. It starts approaching that price. Notice, I mean, I've exaggerated, but right now, if I allowed it to get down to 1816, I'd lose $427 instead of that manageable $100. So you see what I'm driving at. Eventually, you give up and you start kicking yourself because why didn't I obey my stop? So this takes all of the emotion out of it. Okay, let's put it. Okay, I'm just going to put it. Kind of, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I've got it at 1888. If it goes down to 1888, it's going to take me out of the trade. All the emotion is taken out of trading. But I guarantee that you won't listen to me. That's why do it in the simulator, okay? Because again, when you start trading your money, it's a whole new ball game. Emotion comes into it. You start watching your P&L go up and down. And that's why, I mean, if you're going to not obey your stop, it's a road to disaster. Now, what's going to happen a lot of times too is that you'll get stopped out. You do obey the stop, and then what happens is it bounces right back and starts to work, and you start kicking yourself because you did obey your stop. That's going to happen too, but I'm telling you, you can always get back into the trade. You just look at it this way. Maybe I was a little bit early. I can always get back in. I stop myself out. I get back into the trade. Okay, so it's so important, that's all about, no, don't worry about the discretionary long and short, okay? That's just that is always going to appear. It's not that it's always just going to appear. Don't worry about them. You don't have to worry about turning them on or off, okay? Just don't worry about it. So if I'm paying attention in my, in this simulator, I mean, there are certain things I'd be doing. Would I allow this probably to be down $300, $400 if I'm risking $100? Of course not. Okay, so, you have to, if you're going to, don't treat the simulator like it's a complete game. Like, treat it like you're actually trading your real account. So this is just a great trade. This is the one from the AI should be in, the INSG. It fits my price range. I just should be in this one. I just, was distracted on the INSG, but I mean, it's down 7%. We talked about it in the pre-market. I think I mentioned that it had, it's an earnings play, plus it had 3 downgrades. Oh, okay, what is repeating? You're right. So, you notice right here that AMRS in my watch list, the first time it appeared was at 1054. The price was 1975. This one is in don't repeat. This is in repeat. So every time AMRS makes a new high, as an example, you will see the new high in here. This is a repeating version. Why I like this is because now I can kind of go back in time. I can say, okay, I had an alert at 9:45. The price was 12.21. What did it do from that alert? I mean, it got up to 12.45. I mean, nothing fantastic. But you see why I like this. I can go back and I can check to see, okay, what did it do? Oh, I have no idea if that's the same as warrior trading. No idea. Oh, I see, the repeating version, yes. Well, that's typically what people use. They don't, but I like to see this because it allows me just to kind of go back and check to see how good was that alert the first time. Now, the other thing I should have mentioned also, okay, let's take a look at the... Okay, so let's just say, that looks like I'm going to get stopped out. I kind of hope I do. I want to just show you how this works. So let me just move it down a little bit. Okay, I mean, it was down here, okay, at 1882. But I'm just going to show you how it works. But let's just say this trade really started to work. XHR started to work. Let's say it got up to 19, 1920, 1930, etc. I could start moving this line up. Use this like a trailing stop. Okay? I would put it at another area. You know, there might be another area higher up that looks like support, that if it broke down, I should be out of the trade. So I can start moving this up. If you wanted to put a target, you can. You know, I mean, I'm not a big fan of putting targets, but if you wanted to, you know, I could put, let's just, so I want to make sure it's going to show up on the chart. I could put a target, 1917. I mean, of course, well, I'll put a 1950 target. I think that'll show up on the chart, yes. And you'll see a big blue line will show up on the chart. Sorry, red line will show up on the chart. Maybe hard to see right there. So if it got up to 1950, it would take me out for a $242 gain. Same thing, if it started approaching that target, why would you get out? You know, you can always keep moving that target up if the trade is still working well. So what I do, Rochelle, is I go to Windows and save as default. Okay, that's what I do. And then everything will be saved, should be saved, okay? Save as default. Well, the AI triggers, it's just like here. I mean, this is not an AI strategy, but imagine if it was. So the AI ahead of time, you know, it's just a series of filters. If the filters are met, all the AI strategies have a lot more filters in place. If all the filters are met, and then whatever the trigger is, sometimes it's a crossover, moving out of consolidation, something like that, could be a new high, then that's when we get the alert. It's got nothing to do with news. It's got nothing, some strategies are based on, different aspects, of course, different filters are in, different strategies. So there's no catch-all, like, if that makes sense. Definitely not, there might even be, I don't know if there's one on earnings. I don't think so. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, just a minute, guys, one more. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm now back again. Yes, Dave. So yes, the only broker right now that you can trade using this Brokers Plus window is with Interact. If you have to have an Interactive Brokers account, okay? Okay, so Alan, I don't know if you really should take a look. I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 short lessons. It shows you how you can create a top list window. All right. So I really think you should do that. And then after that, I mean, then we've got a lot of gappers. So take a look at the 20 short lessons, the one especially in top list windows, and then you right click and then you can start, the best thing to do is you can do a search. When you're in an alert window or a top list window, you right click, configure, and do a search. You mentioned gappers, okay? So type in gap and see what you see, okay? And here's what you see, for gappers. You get either a percent or the dollars. Now, a gapper meaning the first print of the day. Okay, guys, let's see. Well, there's that XPEV again, guys. Remember it popped up? I mean, this is, could be real disaster here. And remember, I was looking at this area right there, and it now is below that. It did put a little bit of a run in, but now it's dropping. I mean, there's really not a lot of support for this. I mean, the next low looking left is around 30 odd. Below that, look out. I mean, this is a bit of a disaster. Yeah, that's me, Mike. I mean, that's me. So the question was, do I prefer to trade highs of the day versus pullbacks? That's me. Not everybody's cup of tea, as they say, but that's just the way I like to trade. There's no right or wrong way. So look what happened, guys. Remember I was saying I wanted to get stopped out. I wanted to show you how that worked. So notice that XHR went down to that stop price, took me out of the trade. No emotions. No emotions. Yeah, and well, if it reversed, then I'll be prepared for it. So for instance, I mean, I was just trying to show you how to take a trade, okay? I wasn't saying this was a wonderful trade to take, but let's just say for argument's sake that I really did still think that this was a good trade if it broke out through, 1912 or so. So I get stopped out. I would put a price alert back up here. And then, for all the reasons why, again, just when I was demonstrating this, if I thought this was still a good reason to get into the trade, and if it got back up there, then I could trade it again. But get out with a manageable loss, and if it gets back up to the original setup, maybe the second time it works. Well, just like I'm saying, Mike, I would wait. Remember, this was in the simulator, okay? This was in the simulator, not my real account. Okay, so just a word about this, this alert from the AI, Eamon. So this is exactly what I see and why I wouldn't take the trade until it broke out over here. Look what it did. I mean, it got 525. That was the high. What's the high looking left? 524. So it kind of stalled right there. But you can see that if it can really break through, then, it's got, I don't know where it would stall. Let's back this out on the monthly chart. You got to go back to 2011. So, I mean, this is all sorts of room. I would just be waiting to see if it broke out, took that out again, and just continue to run. That was from our AI for Eamon. Right there. You need our premium service for that. Well, no, you need our AI. You need premium, yes. People ask for the strategies, not all the time, but these are proprietary strategies, so we don't hand them out. In other words, you don't know what the filters are. I don't even know what they are. I don't really care. But all these strategies have a lot of filters in them, and they get changed every day. Maybe not the filter itself, but that's the whole idea of the optimization routine. It looks at all the filters that are in place, and it might take a filter out, add one in. It may change the values within the filter. So for instance, again, this is not an AI alert, but the AI may, if it were, it may say, okay, you got a price between 1 and 20. What if we change that to 5 and 20 and run the back test and see how it works? How does that change the profit factor and the win percentage? Obviously, you need a computer to do all this, to run through 50 strategies and checking all the alerts, all the filters that are in place, and maybe changing filter values. We could obviously not do that. Now, if you're brand new today, just to give you an idea, does this happen all the time? Of course not. But this was the unbelievable alert from the AI yesterday for this MORF. The entry was 46.50. It was a challenge because the spread wasn't great. Sometimes it was $1, maybe even more than $1. But if you ignored that aspect of it, the entry was at 46.50 and it got all the way up to $93. Now does this happen every day? Of course not, but that is an example. So when you see a buy, if you got a daily chart up and running. If you see a buy like that, that is a previous AI alert. I mean, that was quite spectacular. More AMRS. Wow. Now this one's getting thumped. This one is really getting thumped, guys. Now, if you know anything about this, this is one of Chamath's, and so far these these SPACs are not really in favor right now. But this one got dumped on by, I can't remember if it was Hindenburg or the Street Sweeper, and this is still just being taken to the cleaners. There are no nightly AI alerts. The AI works between market hours, 9:30 to 4. So there are no nightly AI alerts. So again, there's the first alert out of my watch list, 1975. And what did it get up to? Before it pulled back, it got up to 2045. You could have taken some out, and then gets up to 2090. So not bad. Yeah, I can't look at that, Richie. I don't. I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, I can look at it, but it's nothing I can see that's going to help me. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by a 13-second delay. I mean, I know what you mean by a 13-second delay, but I can't go back and say, okay, this is why it happened or what even happened. Well, I do have it here, but I mean, I can't tell. You know, I there it is. I mean, so I see an alert 6832 at 9:36. I mean, that's all I can see, of course. Oh, this is going to kill me. I mean, this INSG, look at it on a 15-minute chart. I mean, we had one little top there. After that, one little green candle, basically straight down. Ay. Now, when you say a 13-second delay, do you mean on the fill? Remember now, Snap is I don't know how fast it was moving at the time when the alert happened. Well, I mean, if you're auto trading it, and it's it is sent to the broker, yeah. But I mean, you understand what the limit offset is and all. I mean, it's impossible for me to know the execution of that. Okay, if you're really concerned about it, you'd have to send the log file to our tech guys. They could take a look at the log file. All right, if you're really concerned about it. But if a stock is really moving quickly, I don't, I mean, I really can't help you. I don't know what happened. But if you are concerned about it, then you could just click on help and send files to support, okay? There's no there's no recommendation, okay, really. I mean, it all depends on, your risk tolerance. I mean, and it also depends on the price of the stock. Obviously, like a 10-cent offset for a $66 stock is way different a 10-cent offset for a $2 stock. So, I mean, that's the challenge, So there's no recommendation. It really will depend on the price. Problem is, if you're auto trading, is that you have to assign that limit offset, and you don't know what the price of the stock is going to be when you get an alert, ahead of time. So that's a bit of a challenge. That's why I'm not super in favor of auto trading. Well, you get an alert. I mean, okay, listen, you get an alert right here for Eman. Okay, you get the AI alert, and it's at 4.99 now. So instead of auto trading it, I mean, because these things are not meant to just make a couple of pennies or so. So I mean, if you didn't get Eman at 4.99, let's say you got it at 5.04, okay. Well, this is what I would be doing. I get the AI alert. I look at the chart and say, yeah, I like it. There's no resistance nearby, etc. I write on the chart, trade EMN, I click done. Because I've set up this ahead of time. Okay, so instead of just sort of auto trading, you can just set it up so you just click on how you want to trade it. So, it may be a couple seconds later, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, obviously the bigger the offset, the more fills you're going to get. But depending on the price of security, I mean, I rarely see, I mean, even if I use a 15-cent offset, and so this is what we're talking about, guys, in case you're wondering what we're talking about as an offset. I might get an alert here, AMRS, okay? And we're only talking about this in auto trading mode. So let's say I get an alert at 1975, but this stock is moving very quickly. Well, as an example, it's really moving quickly. So I may not be able to get, even in auto trade mode, I may not be able to get a fill at 1975 because it's moving so quickly. So how far outside of that alert price would I be willing to go? And that's where the limit offset comes in. So for instance, here, I put a limit offset on it. This is not a suggestion. I just put a limit offset of 15 cents. Minus 15, okay? So that's probably going to ensure that I get, most fills. It doesn't mean, I mean, unless the stock is really moving quickly, rarely is it going to be out 15 cents, but just in case it is. So for instance, then that would mean I would take this trade all the way up to 1990, if that were the case. You too, T-Moon. All right, guys, so it is now 11:37. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking a break. And what happens is I take my break, it's say right around noon, from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. I'm monitoring that also at the same time as the main room. One of the other traders takes over, and Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room from 12 to 1. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. Okay, so you can ask him all sorts of questions about the trades of the week that he comes up with. He's also more of a swing trader than I am, and it's just a general Q&A. I mean, it's not limited to swing trading or the trades of the week, but he is the originator of the trades of the week. Okay, I usually put that link in just before I go, but I'll put it in right now. No point going now. He won't be there until noon. But this is the link. This is the link for the YouTube room. And the YouTube room is exactly like this. I mean, they hear me. They can see my screen. Okay. Just that this room, as I call it, the main room, a lot more robust. We have more traders in the room. Easier for me to hand out links. Just a lot more interaction among traders. Okay. So that's why I call it the main room. Yeah, if we have the data point, psi, okay, so have you ever written a custom formula? No, okay, well, I'm going to first of all give you, I'm going to put this in the tech support area, okay? Give me a moment, just going to find it. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the tech support area. Okay, I'm going to click on the tech support tab. I'm going to put, oh, Nick, no, you can't. Before purchasing the subscription, no. We don't have free trials. Sorry, I'm just seeing your question now, Nick, sorry. Okay, so these are the instructions, and here are the data points that are available. And let me just find them, and I'll put that link in also. I think volume yesterday is probably available, but let me just quickly do a look or a search on that. Yes, previous day volume. Okay, so here is a link for the data points that we have, and this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so the link, so the formula for volume yesterday is volume underscore P. Okay, and today's volume is T. I think it's probably, yeah, there's another data point to use. And that would be on this. See, the custom formula is certainly, it's an advanced feature. Most of our customers do not use it. But for those of you who want to try to create custom formulas based on the filters that we do have, it is available. Let me just find the other link. Here, just a minute. There we go, the filter codes. Okay, so you know these are the other filter codes that we have. So volume today, you know, that's that bracket TV, it all has to be exactly the same. Okay, you can't freeform it. It's got and this is like computer code almost. So, well, not almost, it is. So So take a look at those two links that I gave you, and there are data points that you can use. Yeah, there is a, okay. So Dave, the question was, is there a scan for the break or better yet getting close to it? Yes. So this is what I would do. I would create a top list window. And if you right click, and again, guys, if you're ever wondering if we have anything, try to get into the habit of doing this. Click on an alert window, configure, and in the search, type in pre-market, start typing in pre, okay? And here we go. Position in pre-market range as an example. So, if you don't want it to break, you can experiment. You can put a minimum of 95 and a maximum of 98. So that would show you stocks within 2 to 5% of the pre-market high. So using that filter, and then use other filters obviously to, like maybe a price range and minimum volume and all that, in order to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Okay, but that's how you can use it. So the position in a pre-market range, say 95, and experiment 95 to 98. And then you could add this as a column, as a column, and then sort on that column. So that's what I would do. I would use it as a top list and then sort on the column. Remember, every column in a top list can be sorted on. You do double left click twice, and now I'm sorted on the position of the 5-minute range. This is the position of the day's range. Things like that, okay? So all of the columns in a top list, you can sort on them. Okay, guys, what time is it? I'll be right back again. Okay, I'm back. Okay, guys, so we are getting closer to that 11. We're 11:47, and I'm just going to confirm that it will be Steve. I'm sure it'll be him. Again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. So in that first link I gave you, so the first link I gave you, it was hard to read, but here we go. The first link I gave you volume underscore P is yesterday's volume, okay? Volume underscore P. So on page 6 of that first link, volume underscore P is yesterday's volume, okay? I know it's hard to read. I gave you 2 links for 2 different sets of data points. That's okay. All right, yes, just confirmation. So Steve will be in the room. You can create your own data point, yes, with those data points. You cannot create something that is not there, but you're absolutely right. And this is an advanced topic. You know, the vast majority of our customers do not use custom formulas, but it's there if you want. Please don't ask me like how to, well, I want to create this, and this, okay? You know, that'll be up to you, but those are the data points that are available. Are you talking about the channel bar? Click new and then channel bar. If that's what you're talking about, the sidebar, you're talking about the channel bar? Okay, guys, I'm going to put the link for our YouTube channel in one more time. Again, I just got the confirmation that Steve will definitely be there, so he'll handle your questions between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. Excellent. Good. I'm glad you were able to do it, Sai. Say or Sai? So another one, guys. I mean, you know, the switch from the AI. I mean, there was the alert 1563 earnings play. You know, it's going to be active all day long when it's an earnings play. Look at the big gap down on the daily chart, and you know, 15.15 now. Another one that if I'm really paying attention, you know, you guys have no excuse. If you have the premium service, you know, you should be really following the AI alerts. Now, I will say this: there are a lot of them today. You know, I'd like to see fewer alerts, but, you know, you should be following them. I can't. I have to really pick and choose when I'm going to trade not just the AI but others, because I'm not in 100% concentration mode when it comes to trading, obviously. Well, I hope so, Zorro. Again, I don't tell people what to buy or sell. I kind of laid it out what I was looking at with the Eamon, right? Taking out that high right there. So yeah, the only thing I can say, Calvin, is E-Trade hopefully is. I think TD Ameritrade could be months. There's definitely an issue with the API. I don't think it's anytime soon. E-Trade, there are still little bugs that have to be fixed. So that's all I can say. Well, NIO's an earnings play, Pete. It's an earnings, so that's why. So that's why it's down. No, but I know some have FSR. Yeah, I mean it's great. Yeah, I mean this has been a wonderful, wonderful trade from a couple of days ago, 4 days ago. It's actually not showing up probably in any of my scans because, well, it could have. It could have shown up in some of my scans. The relative volume is, some of my scans, the minimum is 4. The options volume today, yeah, like the filter, it's too low. Things like that. So yeah, just select long. Okay, just the long alerts or highlight them. Just select the long alerts. You're talking about in this window here? Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a filter. All long strategies. Okay. All short strategies. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in before I take my break. Look at that! Look at that SWCH. There's another one. I mean, I should be in two. I should be in two AI shorts: the INSG and the SWCH. Oh boy, INSG just continues down here. Let's see where there's some support. I mean, right way down here. I mean, the next low looking left is 1077. That's the next low looking left, so that might be an area of support. On the monthly chart, it's way down here at 950, but we'll see. Okay, so it's not an article. I'll quickly show you. So, Snarky Sludge, are you listening to me? Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Okay, so here's what you do. If you have multiple monitors, okay, obviously you do. So you have multiple monitors, put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to call your main monitor. Okay, so this is my main monitor. This is the one that I share with you guys. Put all my trade ideas, windows, charts, etc., scans, charts, etc., exactly where I want them. I have two other monitors. I've got some other trade ideas windows on those monitors. I put them exactly where I want them on those other monitors. Once I've done that, I click on Tools, Options, and then see where it says Layouts? Click on Layouts, and then just check Open relative to main window, and save. When you do that, and then when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work so it knows that that's what you want to be, that you want to save that. So when you exit trade ideas and then you come back, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. So it's not a matter, you can't move all these at once, but I think that solves the majority of, the question usually is because why do I have to arrange my windows every day? All right, so Steve is in the room. Hello, Steve. So I'm going to leave you now for an hour. Have fun.
Hello, hello. Let's bring up the trade ideas. There we go. Little visual sorbet for you there. I never really know when Barry's going to switch over. All right, looks like you guys can hear me. Happy Tuesday from San Diego. Beautiful spring day here finally. Sorry for the rest of the country if you're having rough weather, but sure is nice here today. Feels like the first day of spring. So I'll be with you guys for an hour as usual. Take over for Barry and primarily try and assist people that have issues or need some help with the program. I can talk about the markets. I can talk about whatever single stock charts you want to look at. We can go any direction you want. Off the top of my head, off the bat here, just looking at the NASDAQ, we broke the 50 last week. And I look at the NASDAQ because that's the one that led us up. And I've seen some stocks like Tesla under pressure. Let me move that. You can see what I'm seeing here. As I see a tremendous breakdown and then an oversold bounce right into what I'm going to call the armpit. It's the armpit of where the moving averages come. This is the sweet spot for establishing new short positions. Andy just put on another Tesla short. He covered down here some and some there, and he's in round number 2 now. He reshorted Tesla. This is the kind of stuff that you need to flip your brain on when you start doing short selling stuff. It's the exact opposite of an uptrend. The moving average is forcing the consolidation of this recent weakness to show its hand. And by taking a position here short, you're anticipating that you're going to participate on a continued push down. And I fully agree with Andy. I tried to short some in another account, but they wouldn't let me. So there's also Apple. That's not the right Apple. Neither is that. Apple got ahead of itself and bounced up into the armpit. Now it's finding a little bit of headwinds here. This is the armpit it's going to be bouncing into if it even gets there. So some of the big names that led us on the way up are looking a little tired up here, and that's why I'm not looking at the SPY as much. The SPY is a little different picture. It had a very nice symmetrical bounce off of the 50-day moving average for a second encore here, but it's getting tangled up here into our moving averages. What the bulls need to see are a few continued days of green candles closing above that moving average that shows that we're going to grind out of this range. We're not going to roll back over. But the NASDAQ, the Qs, to me, are kind of hinting that they feel like they want to roll back over. I did establish a little position in VIX today, but it's not really doing anything. All right, let's look at the questions and see if I need to talk about anything. Hello, Iris. Hello, Mike. I'll talk later today in my segment, Trade of the Week webinar. Just got a really nice bone finally in terms of the timing of the market and the timing of the call, and it all just worked out really well, except for one thing. I did not participate. I was looking to get my perfect entry down here that I always talk about yesterday, but I got unavoidably detained. I got distracted and I missed my entry. And before I knew it, look at that, the AI picked it up and held it all day long. But we'll talk more about that this afternoon. All right, I think we got a question in here. Let's resize, regroup. All right, Boston Trader. How do I find a definition for the filters in the single stock window on the web version of Trade Ideas? Okay, for the web version, anything that you should see in the config window, I know I'm not on the web version, but I'm going to say when you search, there should always be an opportunity, a button that I would call help. So if you go into the search and you start searching through the filters on the web version and you highlight something of interest, there should be a button that gives you help. If there isn't, please let me know and we'll go through it together. But that takes you to the web version help desk documentation page, which takes you right to the actual filter that you selected, by the way. So hopefully that helps. If it's confusing, I can log into the web version and we can take a look and see what that step process would be. But ideally, if you see also anything on your toolbar under help, you can also get to it here, online help. Where is it? They're calling it filter and alert definitions. Okay, that's another way to do it. So let me know if that doesn't work for you, Boston Trader, and we can venture into the web version together. Otherwise, I'm not logged in there at the moment. All right, another question. Hi, can you please show the scanner to catch the break of pre-market highs? I tried doing that, but it's not working. Okay, it's a good question. Let's work through it together. It gives us a little opportunity here to kind of build something from scratch and use a unique filter that most people are not maybe aware of. But Serum is. We'll go new alert window because we're going to have an event here. All right, and I'm just we'll keep what we have. A new high is what we want. That's going to be our event, so we'll select new high. But I'm going to type in just a keyword here, pre-mark, and that gives me these selections here. Pre-market high, pre-market low, that's not what we want. The question is, how can we define a new high during the day that is literally taking out the pre-market high? So that assumes that the pre-market high was higher than the regular session high. And we can do that by grabbing this one right here. It's called below pre-market high, dollars. Let's add that filter. All right, here's where we're going to have to do a little work. Let's get rid of the other stuff I had in there because we don't need that. We'll put a basic price of $5 or even less. We could do $1. So $1 new high. Let's say let's say the volume today. I'm just again doing some simple accounting here. It has to be at least 50,000 shares traded. But here is our key filter, below pre-market high. So let's talk that out. It's below the pre-market high. Well, how much below the pre-market high is it? If we put some values in here, let's do 0.01 cent and then 0 in the max. What does this give us? It says The price is at least a penny below today's pre-market high. The price is above today's pre-market high. The price is, that gives us a lot of options there. I don't think that's the one we want. Let's say to do this, I know there's a way to do it. It is a bit mind-bending, but we're going to figure this out. Max. I only want to see when something is at 0. What if we put 0 in the minimum? The price is below today's pre-market high. The price is, no, that's not what we want either. How do we do that? Let's go back and read a bit about it. Okay, below pre-market high. Set the max below pre-market high filter to a small number to find stocks which are currently trading close to the high of the day. Well, that's what we're trying to do. So the max below, okay. Okay, let's see. If we do set the max 0.01, what does that give us? The price is above today's pre-market high. The price is at today's pre-market high. The price is no more than 1 cent below. This is probably a lot more about what you were looking for, Sarah. So I'm going to leave that filter in there. It looks like just kind of the way the help told us to do is to key off of the maximum window and put a small number in there, the smallest number being 0.1 or 1 cent. So now we're only going to see highs of the day if they are in this range, above today's pre-market high, at the pre-market high, or no more than a penny below. So you're going to get a little early warning or a warning of, or you're only going to see things that are above with that setting. So what I'll do, go to summary, and we call it new high above pre-market high, something like that as your window title. And there is our alert. And are we seeing anything? Well, why are we not seeing anything? That's interesting. I would think we would see something. Max, let's try that, Mike. See, maybe you're right. Let's try the negative value. Does that bring us anything? And what does it tell us? The price is at least a penny above yesterday's pre-market high. So that's probably a bit more to your liking, the way Mike had it dialed in there. But why am I not seeing any new highs? Price, $5. Select alerts. I mean, let's give it something. Let's do only stocks with relative volume of 1.0 and higher, 1.5 and higher. There we go. Now we're seeing something. So if we put in JYNT, we go to properties and we show pre-market. Let's do the history today. Well, we're getting a lot of things certainly to come through here, but AMRS, okay, there was our AMRS pre-market high. Perfect. Great example here. Okay, that horizontal line looks like, no, that's regular session high. So pre-market high would have been down here on that one. And you would have been alerted early right here at that 1772 AMRS. Let's just see. AMRS. Oh, it's probably the relative volume. But anyway, I think that's probably a much better system than you're looking for. I'll just change that. So let me give this. It's very crude, and meaning it's giving a lot of symbols quickly. So anything you can do to calm it down and slow it down would help. So I'm going to drop it there. It's in the chat window now. Thank you, Gain. Thank you, Mike C. It's easy to confuse yourself sometimes. So let's turn my properties back off. Sam. All right, back to some market observations. Again, like I said, I was keying off of the NASDAQ. Notice that it's having a struggle getting back above the 10 SMA that I use religiously. That's a current observation. All right. Looks like Damien is up. Hello, Damien. Other than the A table scan, are you using any other scans for swing trades? I have been exclusively using that for my swing trades. However, there's another one that does get used, not so much by me, but other people do like it. I've talked about it here before, the jam down. It's basically taking the concept of the A table, but not making it not making it a top list, giving it an event to key off of, and in this case the event is a new low, but giving me a new low right into the sweet spot of a 10 period moving average. What is the deal here? I'm locking up. Let's see if we can get that thing going out of my cloud without locking up. Okay, jam down to the 10. I want to share this guy. Copy. Okay. So jam down. And there's that. I think I've given that out a couple times over the last few weeks. Oh, I should be loading it, is what I should be doing. Let's take a look at what's in there. Today it stops spitting things out 2 hours after the open. Let's see. Mara was coming through today. Nothing much there. Billy, interesting. I'll try and find the one that looks, the most definitive. Something like this. Here's APTV. Okay, here's something with a great score, 88. All right, there's no short float in this, but I'm just taking stocks with good scores, good trends. Ideally, they've been consolidating. How do I know that? If we look at the configuration, I can point to change in 20 days up 10. So I got a good 10% up in 10 days. But no, I don't have anything in there for consolidation. So it just has to be up 10% in the last 10 days. And then there's my sweet spot right there. That little window of opportunity in the 10 period simple moving average on the daily chart. If I experience a new low with a strong stock with a strong score and touches that 10 period moving average, much like it did on the open, those are always kind of interesting points to me because it's a different way of entering a swing trade. You're totally anticipating a move that hasn't happened yet, but you're anticipating it based on kind of a head fake. A lot of times these moves will have a head fake before they break out, and then everybody's trading the breakout instead of the contrarian entry. Let's look at PAGs. Really nice one. Look at this. Tried to go down and dip everybody out on the opening 15-minute candle, triggers the 10 period moving average, and then jumps right back up, and then didn't do much after that. We saw that one. Oh, TTG. Not a lot of great examples today, probably because the market's kind of selling off here over the last hour. Works best when the market's in an uptrend. But what I did last week, if you remember, I flipped this upside down. I took the configure and flipped it upside down and did a couple of adjustments. And that will work eventually in a down market, something we currently don't have at the moment. I see somebody asking for the A table. I'm going to just give it out here. This is the main A table. Normally it's sorted by short float, so you get the color. This was almost the trade of the week, you guys. DS Discovery A. This is what it looked like. Beautiful looking chart. But we went with VUSI, which looked like that. VUSI had a smaller float, higher score, I think, and more shorts. Oh no, Discovery had more shorts, but we went with VUSI. So now that it's configured and sorted properly and colored correctly, I'll go ahead and save it in this iteration. For the person who just asked, Al. A table for Al and for whoever else wants it. missed a question there from Asia. How about if you want to see maximum change from the close for the day? Well, if I want to see, okay, so change from close, we'll use the A table an example. There's our column. I'm not filtering for it, but I have a column for it, which is a great reminder that you don't always have to scan and filter for something. You can throw the column and you can just manipulate the data as it is. So I've double clicked the change. UUU is up the most from the close on the A table. Of all the stocks on the A table, followed by ELOS is up 12% from the close. But I just like to keep it parked on who has the biggest short float, and then I evaluate them kind of one by one. And I'm always looking for things again, like looking like what that looked like 2 days ago. I backed the chart up for you 2 days ago. Beautiful chart. Let's move this for a second. Beautiful chart. Very nice solid score in the 80s. Look at that nice little wedge it's building. Chances are, if I'm going to anticipate, the participation will be continued to the upside. Trends consistently, I shouldn't say consistently, I don't like to use definitive words. Trends like to resolve their consolidation in the same direction as the current trend. So when I find things that are consolidating and work, this thing got way ahead of itself, worked off 4 or 5 days, but the buyers are back, and these are the kind of things I want to look at. I don't really want to look at something that's up 16% because I've already missed it and I'm not going to chase it. So hopefully that's what you were asking for, Asia. The only difference between these two, you see they're both named the A table, is I have one of them because when we had a bull market that was going crazy, I had so many names in the A table, and a lot of people for trade of the week, they prefer stocks under $20. So I took the A table and capped it at $25, and that's what we call the A table junior. He's not quite grown up yet. All right. Good crowd. Caught up on questions. This is your time if you want to look at a chart, if you need something demonstrated. Always a fun exercise to go through the AI trades, but reminding ourselves that the AI value is in the entry. The AI value is not in the stop. You are a better manager of the trade. So the value becomes in the entry, and you use this as a management. This thing has already hit its target, but is still moving lower, guided by the 10 SMA. What do some of these other AI trades look like today? No reason to get out of that one yet, until it breaks back to the upside of the declining 10 SMA. Now we're on a long trade. Oh, I love these. We've already had the push, we had the pullback, and the entry was on the start of the second push higher. One test here. By the way, this should not be your risk management. That should not be the stop. That's the AI's suggested stop. This should be your stop, the 10 SMA. Now you've managed the trade 100 times better than the AI could have managed this trade. The AI has no idea how to manage the trade. The AI only knows how to give you a good signal in the moment. The metrics that we do use for conservative profit or exits, those are just purely based off of statistical probabilities. As the trade develops, you can throw statistical probabilities out the window because the current data is going to supersede what statistical probabilities we're going off of. That's all the AI could use. So again, just got to hammer it home. The AI is good for entries. You, the human, are good for the management. Here's another short sell. All right. In the money, that should definitely not be your stop up there. Your stop should be a very tight stop, using this as a trailing stop, as a short sell generated by the AI. Entry short right there. Another pullback long. A little later in the day, I would have preferred to see something coming out of that consolidation, but a pullback nonetheless. Yeah, this one just barely in the money again. And here's another good example where the 10 SMA is now much tighter than the AI suggested stop. You should be using that. So I go through this again just to remind new traders, if you're looking at this AI because you don't know what to pick as a trade selection, just reminding you guys, you are a better manager of the trade. And it's easy to do. It's just a simple binary question you ask yourself. Did the price close above or below that rising simple moving average? All right, some questions coming in. Razak, can you set the AI to auto trade my strategy and stop at a specific time? Yes. Yes, you can. You would do it something like this. Let me see if I can find my Brokerage Plus here. All right, so you would do it something like this. Holly AI. And then once a position was put on for you, perhaps, you would right-click the position and you would click add a time stop. And so this is your menu process right there. You just add a time stop, and that will supersede anything else that the AI has done for trade management. You can do that, Razak. Timothy, I'm a subscriber. How do I get help setting up? Well, you're here. I can help you with the basics. Let me drop a very important getting started video. Something that Sean made off of my index there. Nope, that's the Brokerage Plus video. Let me get 20 short lessons. Sean did a great job in seeing what probably the 20 most frequently asked questions on getting started for trade ideas, and 20 quick videos. That's a great place to start there for Timothy. And then anything else, come in here and ask us. We give you the visual demonstration. This is the best way to do it. Calling us on the phone and asking for help for a scan is just futile for both of us. All right, Sam had a great pick for Trade of the Week. Unfortunately, I didn't receive the email again after re-signing. Sam, if that happens, I would suggest, and we're all trying to figure out what the deal is, I would suggest just come on into our chat, our daily chat, which will start at 9 a.m. and say, guys, I didn't get the Trade of the Week. Can you give it to me? Or just give me the symbol or forward the email. And we can do that. And that goes for anybody. If you're not getting it and you're waiting for it, you don't have to wait. Just come in and ask us at 9 a.m. Eastern before the market opens. Do I think the RKT is a good entry point? No. Andy had a great entry point in Rocket in the other fund that we trade. He was keen to what was going on over there. The short sellers got squeezed by the dividend that they had to cough up, apparently. Okay. If you're going to day trade, look at this. We've got a nice consolidation right here. You could try to day trade this, but you'd want to keep it extremely tight. In this case, I would probably use that stop the AI has. It's pretty close. But in the bigger picture, this thing has already rallied 30% from 20 to 29. I don't like to chase daily charts like this. I'm a swing trader, but if you're just itching to hit some keys and do something, well, the intraday might be setting up for a push to 30 again, but it looks pretty tired to me. So you mean, okay, I see what you're saying. So you want to limit the amount of entries, no more entries after. Yes, I think that can also be done. In your trading instructions, let's take a look. In the AI trading instructions, those are strategies. Holy AI. Okay, so AI trading instructions, edit long instructions, order entry. Now, see, I know it can be done in our manual strategy. See, if I go to a manual strategy here, notice, well, same thing. Notice the menu is different. Entry time. Look, I can say stop taking entries after this time. But the AI, edit long trading instructions. We don't really have that opportunity, do we? So here's what you have to do. There appears to be no automated time of day setting. you would have to literally set an alarm and come in here and turn the strategies off. And that's really the only way. So apparently for the AI, you're connected until you turn it off. When it comes to your own strategies and how they back test, as I mentioned earlier, the jam down strategy works best for me in the first 2 hours of the day. If I was running that as an auto strategy, which can be done, I would have that thing shut off 2 hours after the open. So I understand your question now, sorry, but it seems as if they want people connected until the people or the users literally disconnect from that. That appears to be the issue. Let's take a look at what the NASDAQ's doing. It's fighting. It's trying to fight its way through that intraday momentum headwind, we'll call it. Okay, let's make sure I'm caught up. The trade of the week, Isaac, goes out. It gets emailed about 8:30 Eastern on Monday mornings. I write it on a Sunday morning, and it goes out Monday morning email, automated. Okay, intraday gain, yeah. So that's a tight trade. You can take a shot. What do I think of GDX? Well, it's funny. Let me share this with you, actually. My friend Brian Shannon, who some of you might know, is a pretty darn good trader. He knows I like silver. I don't like gold lately, but somebody noticed that all you gold bugs out there, the accumulator showing heavy buying over the last 2 days. I don't know what that means, the accumulator showing heavy buying, but maybe that 2 days coming into today kind of meant something. Maybe a little pressure was taken off. So in the bigger picture, I would just normally call this a relief bounce, and that really is what it is. It's a relief bounce, and it's going to bounce right up into the armpit of these moving averages, as I've discussed earlier. It's got a lot of work to do to get my confidence back. Gold. I am more of a silver bug. I don't know, maybe you caught it, but I'm mirroring a trade in my 401k. I'm just sitting in a lot of PSLV right now. I don't care. It's a position. It's not even a trade. And I'm extremely bullish silver right now, much more so than gold. I think there is some possible silver squeeze coming. Let me give you another example. I'm not sitting here trying to get you guys into positions, but where did I see it? Oh, it's gone. Somebody had just shown a really nice visual of the online silver coin buying play. The premiums, if you go check the premiums of what it's going to cost you to buy an ounce of silver physical versus what the paper, the SLV is selling, it says it's really worth, I think there's going to be a giant disconnect coming. So that's why I'm just sitting in silver. I'm not really bullish on stocks right now. I'm just not. So, as I said, I tried to short Tesla in my other account and they wouldn't let me. But yeah, don't know why I got off on that subject. Oh, because somebody was asking me about GDX. So does GDX have opportunity? Well, they've got a lot of work to do. And if silver continues to become the darling of maybe Wall Street, bets, or those guys that are over there playing at GameStop, because they were trying to create some silver issues. There's a lot of people buying physical silver each weekend with their paycheck. We'll see what happens. I'm bullish silver. I'm neutral on gold. Not really that positive because the chart is telling me that I can't really buy into the gold story right now. There's no reason to, but maybe at some point there will be. However, the silver chart, a little different story, and more so the PSLV. That's what I'm going to look at. Notice the SLV is holding its 50-day moving average. It's actually threatening it the last couple of days, but PSLV seems to have like a little bit of a premium buoyancy built into it. It's above its 50-day moving average. Yeah, and the silver miners, but I had some really good luck early in last year when these things were going crazy. This big move down here, pause was a big one. They were just buying options like crazy, and so I just was having a ball. Right, that was fun. Then I've chopped myself to bits over the last 6 months. I'll admit it. You go back looking for where the fun was, and you try and get the band back together and rekindle the flame and make it happen again, and it just always isn't there. But the bigger picture of silver, I've still got that in the back of my mind, and I'm still very bullish on silver. All right, let's see if I've missed anything here. GDX bounce. We'll see, Don. Maybe it's a dead cat bounce, but that thing that Brian showed me, there was some accumulation happening yesterday. We'll see. When do I think INO might get a good squeeze? Let's take a look. If you mean Inovio Pharmaceuticals, they've got 21 short float. Well, you've got earnings coming up, or the earnings happened. Got it. Earnings happened last night. So we're on a earnings drop. Okay, here's a good opportunity to give you one of my rules. You've been watching a stock and you want to get in, but you wait for the earnings. The earnings disappoint. When the market sells off, the stock sells off. Don't jump in on day one. Think about all the people who are at work right now and they're going to come home and they're going to see this thing and go, oh, geez, and they're going to put in their sell orders for tomorrow and the next day. Usually, after a stock disappoints on earnings, I like to give it 3 days to really wring out the weak hands and really squeeze out the dirty water. And, the first day is usually a jumping the gun day after bad earnings. So the chart is not really suggesting to us that the buyers are ready to squeeze this thing. The sellers seem to still be in control on that one. And then coming off of bad earnings, you're going to want to give it another day or two before all the weak hands finally just can't take it anymore. And on their lunch break, they log in and they just say, screw it, get me out. The trade of the week, how is it positioned now? Well, I would say, and I'll say it again this afternoon, my perfect swing trade is a day and a half. And Vuzi has done it, been there, done that, and it's over. I mean, in my book, it's probably going to reset. It's got a giant topping tail today. And what I mean by a day and a half is when I am swing trading, and I wish I was in this one yesterday. I'd love to tell you guys I'm the greatest trader ever, and I got it, but I didn't. Let me back this up. There we go. So yesterday, if I was in this, I would not have sold a single share. I call that moving day. Moving day is a big volume, big green bar, close at or near highs coming out of congestion. And when we have moving day, the following day usually has some follow through. But that follow through can be very short lived depending upon how aggressive the open is. And in this case, the open was extremely aggressive. It was basically one giant push. And when that happens right on the open, I'm a seller within the first 30 minutes. I'm starting to think, oh boy, this is it. It's just a matter of time before people like me who have taken this thing home overnight want to reward ourselves for the spoils of taking home that risk. Then the sellers start. And once that happens, it's broken. It's literally broken. So once a trade is up 10, 12, 15%, you should start taking some off the table. I mean, this thing literally gave from 20 to 25. It gave us a good 25% move. 23% move. And not only that, the day and a half, oops, there we go. Let's look at that even more. 20 to 20, 25, a nice, perfect 25% move. Now, also, that I've got that green line there. That green line was telling me, hey, it was approaching this prior high back here. That would definitely be a level to start selling 1/3 or 1/2 at that type of level. And that came in day number 2 on the open of a day and a half. So everything about this trade just worked perfectly, except for the fact that I wasn't in it. But I will go over it a lot more in detail this afternoon in my afternoon webinar. So the question is what's left for this one? It's almost like the meat has been stripped off the bone and the vultures are sitting here trying to figure out what to do with it. This thing could just drop back into the zone for 2 or 3 days, and that's no fun to tie up your capital with something that isn't moving. So very happy with the way things worked out for everybody else, but I'm just kind of kicking myself that I didn't get it, and it's probably only the 17,000th time that I could sit back and regret something that I haven't done or didn't do or did wrong. You can't have any regrets in this business. That accumulator indicator, I don't know. It came from a friend of mine, Stan. It came from Brian Shannon, and it looks like it was from the Twitter account of HFT Alert. Why is this? There we go. HFT Alert Accumulator. HFT Alert Accumulator. No idea. Somebody's proprietary scan. But I just thought that was interesting. Okay, so Gain says, I know you like your 10 SMA, but which one between the 20 and the 10 do you think present good strong? I like the 10 before the 20. I will use the 20 as a backstop because sometimes if it breaks the 10 period, it might find support at the 20. So I like them both, but I like the 10 more because that tells me that the momentum is stronger. Um, you know, a pullback to the 20 is a good, healthy pullback for sure, but a pullback to the 10 is more of just a consolidation in hopes of continued strength. Any thoughts on CRDF? Looks like a new issue. I like that pin, that bottoming tail down there. Looks like it ran a lot of stops out, and the opening even better when it happens on the open. The rest of the day it's recovered. And look at how it grabbed a hold of my 10 SMA here a day and a half ago, almost 2 days ago, and it's just been holding it. Looks very nice. I'm not familiar with it. Oops, no, it's not a new issue. My bad. My bad. Oncology, huh? Well, it's been on the other side of the mountain in terms of the bigger picture. We kind of lost it there. It's been putting in lower highs. So until it breaks this trend that we have in place here, crudely drawn. And if you'll see, a lot of times trends seem to just cozy right on up to the 50-day. When you see how I drew that trend line, look at how that 50-day moving average came into play. So you might have some clean air up to the 50, but at some point, this 50 moving average might have something to say about everything. This stupid penny stock I've been watching. I shouldn't say stupid. I said it's acting stupid. All right. Timothy, thanks for the explanation. Makes it easier as a beginner to understand. I want to start setting up some swing trades, so I'll be here daily. Well, I'm here on Tuesdays. Andy's here on Fridays. He's also a good swing trader. We all kind of approach it differently, but there's no one indicator that you're just going to log into and just have it work magic for you. It's a process. It's an art form, and you got to learn what you like, what you don't like, what works, what doesn't work. And unfortunately, sometimes you got to learn what doesn't work the hard way by losing some money. So with that said, since you told me you're a beginner, there's literally no reason that you shouldn't be making your mistakes cheaply. And also, there's no reason that you should not be using the Brokerage Plus Simulator. All right? You can come in here and buy things. Every account has $100,000 in play money. You just, you go to the new menu and you open up this Brokerage Plus. And once you're there, you just connect to TI Simulated Trading. Pay no attention to these other brokers. This is not the version that you guys have. There's bugs and stuff going on in there, and it's a developer's version before you ask. So by doing that, Timothy, it gives you the ability to make mistakes cheap. All right. If you're a golfer, are you going to tee it up and go buy a brand new box of $30 Pro V1s and just start ripping off the first tee? No. You're probably going to go buy a $5 bucket of balls and you're going to start doing some practice swings on the range. And so the B Plus Simulator is our practice range, and you can just get a feel for how things move and how you can have to manage a few things in real time. If you haven't done that yet, I highly suggest it, because if you don't, you're just going to jump in the deep end, which is okay as well, but you're going to learn how to swim quickly, and you might have to take a couple of big deep gulps of water before you learn a few things. So it's up to you on how you want to approach the learning curve of trading. But you will make mistakes. Just make them cheaply and then learn from them. Again, I think one of the biggest tips I can give to a swing trader, at least the way I do it, it's like a surfer, right? I don't want to ride the wave all the way into the shore. I want to position myself and see a swell coming, jump in front of it, start paddling, buy the stock, participate, do a couple of cutbacks, recognize the wave might be starting to die down, a day and a half, a day and a half, a day and a half. If I can get that close strong on day one, big tall green candle closing near highs, I'm going to take all of it home usually every single time. And I'm going to be very, very attentive to being a seller on the open the following day, because many times you might even get the gap. And if you get the gap, don't even stick around, just sell it. All right, sell half immediately. that's the sweet spot for me. A nice 36-hour participation. Well, when it goes. Sometimes you might have to sit for a couple days before you get the big green bar, before you get moving day. But once I'm hooked up on moving day, I'm going to try and ride this thing a day and a half. And I've discovered that if I try and get trickier more than a day and a half, I mean, that's the initial push. That's the best part of the wave. Other than that, I'm just standing up on whitewash and avoiding boogie boarders and kids. And no, I want to paddle back out and set back up for the next swell and do a couple of quick turns on a beautiful wave and bail off. All right, quarter to the top of the hour. Going by quickly when there's things to talk about. Let's check in on the NASDAQ. Okay, so NASDAQ's starting to show its true colors again. Don't short sell me. I'm going to assume the S&P looks even better as soon as I unfreeze my developer version. Let's try that again. There you are. Yep, SPYs are also moving higher, and they also found some support there on that blue line, which I use sometimes, which is a 5-day moving average on the 15-minute charts. So, SPYs are setting up to try and make fools of the shorts and see if they can push higher. I'm not convinced yet, but I'm a little bit more convinced than I was an hour ago. We'll see what happens. Okay, Game Jam. Possible to external link a ticker in the multi-strategy window to the Thinkorswim live chart. Yes, you should be able to link any window, whether it's a multi-strategy window or an alert window or a topless window. You would just go to Tools, External Linking, and then go through the external linking. I don't know if you've picked up any documentation on our live chat support on the website. There might be a setting to use specifically for that. We could add a link, and then I'll just hit shift and let me see if there's even a rule for Thinkorswim here. This drop down rule, as you can see. Oh, look at that, Thinkorswim. So you would assign Thinkorswim, and it would try and piece it all together for you. See if that works for you. If you haven't tried it yet, it's kind of self-intuitive. It's, like I said, it's got a wizard to walk you through the steps. The only thing you want to make sure you do is run Thinkorswim as administrator and also run Trade Ideas as administrator. You just right-click, run as administrator. You can do that with your Windows programs. So that's what you'd want to do with both programs, so they both have the permission to do that and talk to each other. Well, you're going to get Barry back, Razak, so you can hit him up for some more questions. He's always very generous with his time. But yeah, Game Jam, if you can't get that to work on your own, pop into our live support chat bubble on the website. Did the flipped version of the Jam Down turn out? It did. I'll give you what I had to save. I had to get rid of the score, and I had to modify the 10-day change. Jam up and sell. Let's load that. Let's see if those changes were made. See, yeah, look at that. Jam up and sell. So it popped up into a 10-period moving average and gave us a sell signal. ATRA popped up into the 10-period moving average, gave us a sell signal. So this is something that can work in a market, in a market that's not going from lower left to upper right every single month. When the market does change at some point in the future, the buy the dip is not going to work, and the sell the rip is what this tries to do. Short sell the rip. So I will, of course, save and share. And you can have, I'll even call it, we'll call it the jam up. Jam up to sell. Okay, how to create a T table, a T window with 10 SMA and 20 SMA very close to each other. Here's the thing. We can't filter for the 10 and the 20 close to each other or crossing each other or parallel to each other. All we can do is filter for where is the price in relation to. So I suppose what you could try to do is use both the 10 SMA filter and the 20 SMA filter. Let's try this. We'll just do new T window. 10 SMA. In percent. See, change means the price. What's the price change? Where's the price change in relation to that? And then the 20 SMA. And this is still, it's not a great solution, but so if we say no more than percent above and a percent below on the 20, and no more than percent below and percent above on the, I don't know how that would work. Let's just take a look and see what it gives us. Are these things close? Yeah, the 10 to 20 are kind of close there. Yeah, they're kind of close there. So, yeah, they're very close there. I'll give this to you as a working point. 10 and 20 close. And I'm going to put a question mark on that because I don't know if they're always going to be close or not. Yeah, Sam knows in Thinkorswim you've got to open both in admin mode. Yep, and you also can't have them touching windows. TI windows can't touch Thinkorswim windows. Kind of like a stubborn 6-year-old doesn't want his peas touching his mashed potatoes. All right, I think we're still caught up. All right, you're welcome, Gain. All right, I'm still here for another 7 or 8 minutes. Max percent change from close for the day. How do you see that not, how do you see that not the one that fluctuates? I'm not sure I understand that one. Max percentage change from the close for the day. How do you see that not fluctuate? The only thing that doesn't fluctuate would be the gap. If you're looking at a gap, that wouldn't fluctuate, but change from the close should fluctuate throughout the day. Here's that U. It was higher earlier, now it's only 15% above. I think that EOLS was 12% above the close. So they're moving, they're updating, they're fluctuating, if that's what you don't mean. How do you see the not fluctuate? Which ticker went up 50% today? If you want to see things that went up 50% today, you would just come in any top list window and you would use the percent change from close right there, and you would put minimum 50. And that would give you at least all the stocks that were up at least 50% from the change from close. Not going to have any on this scan, but they're out there. There's no way to make the change from close static. You can only run a history and see what it looked like at some point in time. That is always going to be updating. Yeah, it's always going to update. So JCS, is up 82%. You only want to see it. Okay, so then you would use a maximum maybe. If you used 50% as a minimum, then you might have to use like 53% or 54% as a maximum and just try and create a window. I want to see what the max it went up for the day. Well, I'm not really sure how to back into that one. I want to see what the max it went up for the day, not where it is now. Do you mean change from the open then, perhaps? Not change from the close, because you can look change from the open. You can see change in the last 60 minutes, change in the last 120 minutes. You can do those as well. I mean, go into the search tab and just experiment with the word change, percent. And you can see all the different, options you have, but they're all going to update in real time. All right, guys, we're approaching the top of the hour when I'll bring Barry back in. You might need it. You could possibly need a custom. That could be the case, Aja. I would consider just writing info, trade-ideas.com, message header. Can I make this with a custom to get our attention? Just put in detailed description exactly what you want to see, maybe even a chart to illustrate what you want to see. And one of the guys, not myself, but one of the guys who are more adept at understanding the custom formulas, I got bad grades in math. They're much better at writing codes and formulas than I am. I'm a visual guy. All right, guys, I'm giving Barry the green light to come on back in whenever he wants. We're at the top of the hour pretty much. I think we've exhausted all of our content for this hour. Reminder that, oh, did it? So, hey, your day trade in Rocket may have worked, huh? Hey, look at that. The way it was coiling up really tightly, was worth a shot if you are a day trader. All right. I'm going to say goodbye, guys. I'm going to let Barry back in. I will see some of you this afternoon, some of you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Steve is logged out yet. So Mike or Ija, can you hear me? But look at this AMRS. Wow, what a move. So, okay, you can hear me? Okay, great. All right, guys, so give me a couple of minutes. I'll do my video around 1 o'clock. So I was trying to follow that discussion you're having, Ija. So what you want is the high of the day, right? And which of course is a data point. You can have the high of the day. So what exactly are you trying to do? You want to just see where it went, what the high of the day was, and put it as a column or something? Because that's a pretty easy data point. I think it's just T underscore high. Okay, I mean that is today's high. So you want the maximum percent change for the day. There you go. Okay. Well, you know, you have okay, so basically then you have to look at yesterday's close, the high of the day, and create the formula in a percentage basis. You know, so you've got yesterday's close, you know what the close was, and then just create the formula then with using those two data points. To create the formula, use some simple numbers, okay, to do it. Let's just say yesterday it closed at 9 and it went as high as 10. Okay, so you figure it out mathematically what that would mean. Oh, you do need a custom. But just, you know, in order to figure out the formula, I'm not going to do it for you, but just use some easy numbers. So let's just say it closed at 9 yesterday and the max it hit was 10. So you have you know the data points, right? For yesterday's close. I put T underscore high, that's today's high. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And so you know what the data point is for the close of yesterday? You know, I know I've given you those two links. It is definitely there, yesterday's close as a data point. Okay, so that's all. So just use some easy numbers to create the formula to see how it works. You know, 10 and 9. Create the formula. Probably a percentage is what you want, so you have to do some subtracting. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So let's see, what time is it? It is now 1:02. So assuming I have no issues doing it. AMRS, guys. Wow, that's a massive wow. I am only 95 cents away from where I exited, which is not good. In other words, it's tacked on 95 cents. So I'm going to say around 120. Should be done by then. Close this down. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, I have I don't know for sure that Rocket is one of the Reddit, the WSB. Don't know for sure, but it very well may be because of that short float percent. But I'm certainly, yeah, the GME. Having fun with this one too. I thought so, just because of the short float percent. And of course, no, the only difference, well, it doesn't have, it's not a low float situation, just a high short float percent. But it might appeal, the fact that it's, a cheaper stock. Great, you made money, Bruce. Whoa, look at VINP. What are you doing? VINP, Vinci Partners. It's a big breakdown on the 15s right there for this company. I don't know anything about them. Where are they out of? Brazil, okay. Is it really? That was active earlier in the day. Definitely UWMC. I haven't seen it lately. It's not a super low float, but or a super high short float percent. But I mean, it's up there, 13%. But again, I just draw your attention, guys, to this right here. Look at the re-entry price for Rocket. It got stopped out. What time did it get in? 9:37. Got stopped out 5 minutes later. Okay, it was a fairly tight stop, fairly tight. Got stopped out. Re-entry price right there at 28.95, and now you're away to the races. This is just like, when I talk about having stops and then being able to get back into a trade later on because it's still setting up well. It's exactly the same thing. And I think they did a dividend too, Rocket. I think that's another reason why. Rocket stock jumps after Reddit chatter Jim Cramer plug. I'm just reading this right now. Well, how about me, Bruce? I traded this in the pre-market. I was pretty happy. There. Boy, look at this 15-minute chart for INSG. This could be an interesting one even tomorrow. I mean, it has maybe some support around 9, depending on how much further it goes down today. But it's through that 200-day moving average, and there's some support maybe around 9 for INSG. And there's the UWMC on the move. I didn't like it that much because I thought there'd be too much resistance nearby, but I guess I was wrong. Well, guys, the last couple of days, yesterday and today, my option scanner has not really been that great. I had the one really nice one by AMRS. But I expected better out of the APEN because there was some APEN because there was some room. But it just didn't, got the alert, but it just didn't move after that. So there's no harm in it. It's not like you don't have to pile into the trade. It just didn't move. That's all I was waiting for. And there's that UWMC just ripping now through 9. Oh yeah, pop it in, sure. Don. Not just for me, but for other people, sure. It's just a scan, right? It's not a layout? It's just a scan. Okay. All right. You must have some pretty tough filters in here as a top list. Wow, you've got a lot of filters in here, yeah. Okay, so you're not going to get too many, which is fine. And yeah, I mean, I will have no comment on it about what you should adjust or anything like that. Okay, I'm going to see. Let's just see if we get any, because this is sort of the type of scan that I'm not used to trading. But we'll see what happens. But you know what? I mean, now that you've given it to the room, other people can take a look at it and say, hey, you know what? I've taken this, and maybe this is an adjustment I would make. All right, now this is interesting. So what's the next high looking left? On the daily chart is 935. It's maybe a little too close. But if I can get through 935, look out. I mean, there's lots of room up to this 1170 area. Let's see if there are some available now for Rocket at Interactive Brokers. No, they've snapped them all up. Now let's just see if there's a lot of covering that's going to happen right here. Guys, you might want to, now that the option plays is not really giving me what I'm looking for today and yesterday, so I don't know, how much longer it's going to continue. It may turn around tomorrow. You might want to take a look at this gap continuation or reversed, okay? This is one of the scans I'm sharing. I'm seeing a lot of really, really interesting alerts today. You know, now there's a lot more than you're going to get in the option plays, but, you know, and just to give you an idea what this is, it's a multi-strategy window. So we've got and so these are 4 alert windows that I put in. If you want to break it out, you know, if you just want to see the ones that are gapping up and going, so what that means is gap up and go. It means it gapped up and kept going higher. Gap down means it gapped down and now it's reversing. Gap up and reverse, so gapped up and then it's reversing down. And then gap down and go means it gapped down, it kept going down. So I mean, if you want, you can if you only want to see the gap up and goes, then you can always just break the strategy out on its own. I'm just seeing some really interesting looks this morning or today. I had it up and running yesterday too, and I was, you know, kind of impressed. And again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, you know, from my homepage. Click on the homepage and here the scan section. Excuse me, the scan section. And gap continuation or reverse. So that's a multi-strategy window right here. And it's giving me UWMC right now. Boy, I mean, there's the next high looking left, 935. Takes that out. I mean, there's really a straight shot up to this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there. But I mean, it's very interesting on that daily chart what's happening. Look at the volume. We had a day like this back here in terms of volume. Remember, it's only not even 1:30 yet, so this will be a very high volume day for it. Look at all the volume coming in right now. And just another series of stupid SPACs. Calling them stupid SPACs. Look at them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more today. It's getting a little out of control. It's not getting, it is out of control. Well, remember, this is just repeating, okay? Now, if you don't want, I mean, these are the only alerts I've had all day. There actually have only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 alerts from the basic new highs. Okay, that's all. This is just the repeating version. So, I mean, you can do something like, you know, if you don't want to see, I mean, this is don't repeat for the day. But if you don't want to see them over and over again, but you want them a little more frequently than just once a day, then you can, then you can just right click, go to properties, and then the don't repeat mode. So you have some time frames, you know, so don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or for a day, if that's what you want to try. So if you don't want to see it, you know, so much, you know, maybe just do 5 minutes or 15 minutes. But there's actually not that many alerts. I mean, yes, there's repeating, but as far as actual symbols are concerned today, these are the only ones. I mean, there's not that many. This is the first time it was alerted. In other words, you know, 1106, what did it do? From there, you know, things like that. So, I mean, I don't know if that's going to help you. The other thing you can do, I mean, just in general, but the only thing is, remember, there's not that many alerts here. But you can always tighten up the filters. I mean, you can make the filters, higher volume, minimum volume, higher relative volume, things like that. But this is really manageable. I mean, there's not that many alerts today. Well, but again, I mean, these are the filters I'm using in here, okay? So, I mean, pretty high relative volume. This is my price range. Minimum of 400,000 shares. Has to be up or down 4%. And the number of alerts, so the count I've got at 60 means it would have to make at least 60 new highs or lows. With that in mind, with all those filters in place, these are the only stocks all day long that met those requirements. I mean, that's not a lot. You're just looking at this and going, oh man, I don't want to see all this. Well, then have they don't repeat. that would be the simple solution, I guess. Just there's nothing magical. Even the minimum 400,000 shares are up 4%. I just use a 60 count just to make sure that it's a real momentum stock. You can try 40, you can try 100. I happen to chose 60. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I made a little error. Okay, guys, I have to put myself on hold for a minute. I have to find something I've done, and I don't know what folder it's in. So just a minute. guys, I'm back. Well, it should be interesting rocket tomorrow because RKT, I believe it's getting even close to its all-time high, if not above it. Yeah, so it's above its all-time high. Right there. So it is above it. So right now, this the sky's the limit. There's no chart resistance for RKT. And you're probably not going to find a better 15-minute base. Well, you will find better. I'm not saying no such thing, but look at that 15-minute base for RKT. And then the blast, as Real was saying, through 30, and then look out. I mean, well, yeah, I guess we can call that the 3442 was the all-time high. Now, it's anybody's guess where it's going now. Well, it's interesting, because I remember when this IPO'd to a lot of fanfare. I mean, people know Rocket Mortgage. I mean, they advertised like heck. There it was. I think it opened, 1817, closed at 27. Next month, I don't know how many days after. Next month, gets as high as 34. Looked awesome. It traded back, and then look at this. I mean, for months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, it really did absolutely nothing. And then this month, this month being 2 days, 3 days, I mean, wow. Well, and then they offer a dividend also. I think something to do with the dividend, I believe. Whatever he said, it worked. Well, I would never have been. I mean, I would have been looking at this, for months, as you say, for months and months. I'm going, man, like why is it? If it's such a great, I mean, that's what people think, right? If it's so great, why is it doing nothing? All of a sudden, I mean, I'm not saying you got lucky, but I mean, with the Reddit guys getting a hold of it, it's obviously helped. Okay, this one is continuing down. VINP. Ah, terrible spread. And it is shortable, but the spread really got crazy. Now it's not 147. But at one point I looked, it was saying, yeah, it's a bad spread. VINP. Too bad. All right, guys, I will be, what time is it? 1:37. So there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I will attend. So let me be right back, though. All right, guys, I'm back. Razak, okay, I saw you wanted my layout, and then I see it's retracted. So you don't want it anymore? You can have my layout if you want. Well, I mean, I look at that, and yeah, 935. I mean, there's the high right there, 935. It got up to 927. That could be the block right there. 935, 937, 940, 948. So there, there's a lot of resistance right in this area. I mean, there could be resistance in this area. So yeah, I almost decided to short it myself. Yeah, I believe that. These posts, these Reddit posts. Well, I mean, XPAV, talked about it earlier today, and it's breaking down. It really is breaking down. NIO had earnings, and I think these guys have earnings on the 8th. I'm sure the market probably thinks, well, NIO's earnings weren't great. Will these guys follow suit? I don't think there's any specific news for XPAV. I just think it's a reaction to NIO's earnings. Okay, NIO's falling, and they're probably thinking, well, if NIO didn't have good earnings, I mean, who knows, obviously. But I think LI, I think the same thing, right? LI had earnings on the 25th, and they weren't great either. So I'm sure people are thinking, well, why should we think XPAV's earnings are going to be any good? The lighter orange and blue lines. Okay, so are you talking about like that orange line there and that blue line there? For instance, Nate, on the 2-minute chart. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. So these are, that orange line is the 8 EMA and the blue line is the 20 SMA, which I can't pay any attention to. But if you were paying attention, so the theory being that if the 8 EMA, it doesn't matter the time frame, and they're on all my time frames, if the 8 EMA cross down below the 20 SMA, that is setting up a potential short. Okay? So right there, that was a potential short signal, 32.33. Oh no, the highlights. You're talking about this? Like, it's hard to see. Okay, these are, okay, that is just, you see there's a smart stop down here. Every time you click on an alert, you have a guide, okay? A guide which will tell you, okay, if you get in that trade right now, this is a suggested that you can look at smart stop. Okay, that would get you out of the trade, all right? The blue line right at the top, nothing scientific, it is just double, it's just double the smart stop. So if you clicked on an alert and it happened to be, and the smart stop was 50 cents away, then the target would be $1 away. That's all. Just double whatever that stop is. Nothing scientific. I mean, the smart stop, I mean, I wouldn't even pay attention to the target, but if you want to pay attention to the smart stop, it's an algorithm that kicks in. Yeah, I'm not an options player, Sahar, so what I would do is just do a Google search on that, okay? It's just like a strike price and all that, but I'm not an option player, so absolutely not an expert in that. So just do a Google search, like literally type in what is the meaning of strike and call options, and you'll get the answer. I'm not an options player, so I don't want to steer you wrong. I have an idea, but I don't want to steer you wrong, okay? So it came back. It's coming back. IHRT. Yeah, it is coming back. iHeart Media. Okay. This was an early one from the options plays. Boy, this has room. A little bit of room. It's got room to 18. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm not saying, you hear me say that, well, it's got room to 18. I'm just looking at a chart and saying, okay, where's the next area of resistance? Yeah, so just look it up. If you're not, there's all sorts of information about options, websites, okay? If you're interested in trading options, but just look it up. Just literally type in what do strike and call options mean? Just too bad that this is way extended. I wish it had sort of gently moved up, but let's see if it takes out that high. I'm talking about iHeart. Oop. I am grumpy. Yes, I am. Yeah, I do know that, but I actually want him to really look it up and get a full definition. I think he wants other option information. And I am not an expert. Yeah, you know what? I cannot remember the last time I traded an option. It's years ago. Could be, years and years and years ago. Listen, Grumpy Cat, I want you to be nice. Eve is trying to be nice to you, okay? She doesn't realize that you are the way you are. This was somebody in the YouTube room asking about options. Just ignore him, Eve. Yeah. Every room needs a grumpy. I like the name. I love the name Iron Condor. I've heard of it. I have no idea what it means. Don't tell me. I don't care. Yeah, not showing up. Loan Depot. Yeah, the relative volume is too low, so it's not going to show up. Any one of my scans. Ooh, boy. It's been I don't know why. It's been a day of a lot of questions. Okay, so Don, I do see one showed up at 1809 MIK. Oh, I'm absolutely. I'm sure you picked the right option trade. I'm sure it's amazing. I'm absolutely. You don't have to convince me. But so this MIK showed up in your scan. It's not trending, so it's not good. Okay. Well, wait a minute, Don. Should I be buying MIK right now? I'm just kidding you. It's a question I get all the time, of course. I'm just kidding you. Yeah, I'm just kidding you. So let's take a look at the watch list. Even looking like it was very late, Rocket, RKT at 3041, 37 now. Actually, my watch list was really good yesterday, and it was quite good this morning too. AMRS 2154. I mean, it got up to 2233. But look at the Rocket for sure. This should be interesting after hours. Very interesting after hours. And what I'm talking about when I say this, I'm talking about RKT. Especially if it holds near the high. If it closes near the high. I mean, there's nothing stopping it now. Well, a couple of AMRS, I believe, is an earnings play number one. So this was on the if you check here, I think I had it here. Yeah, there it is. So this was an earnings play. That's an E gap. So I posted that pre-market, and then now this would have been earlier. I don't know what happened here. Somehow my original alerts got expunged. I don't understand. But anyway, is an alert there. Also my options play 2044, and also 2041 from the AI. So a lot of areas. Where AMRS was alerted to. And this could easily, well, let's see now. On a monthly chart, I mean, it still has some room. I mean, if it can get up into this area, which is $30, I mean, it still might have some room. So those are scans that I do, Ariana. It's got nothing to do with the AI. It's a scan that I do overnight, and then I create a watch list for the next day. So it's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with the AI. Call it Barry's AI. All right, guys, so it is almost 2 o'clock, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to get ready for this marketing meeting. Could be a spirited one, so I'm going to put myself on mute first. Just get the information in here. No, I know that. I know you heard that. That's okay. Not a big deal. But thank you. All right, guys, I am now on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And yeah, that UW, I almost bit on that one, you know, just, but I kept hearing in my head, do not chase, do not chase, do not chase. UWMC, sorry, UWMC. That actually would have been an awesome short. Yes, what a great short from up here. So the same thing, guys. I noticed while I was gone. So the auto traded the UWMC in at 925. No way, you know, I would let it get down to a $297 loss. I mean, it pops up here to 965. Minute it starts dropping, because you know it's going to be super active. Should have got out, but you know, again, I was in that meeting. This is in the simulator, so it's not a big deal. But you know, guys, this iHeart is getting a little bit interesting here. IHRT getting a little bit interesting. It is, you know, it was an alert at 1047 from my options play, 1573. You know, it really didn't do anything. It dropped down to 1550. Now it has come back up. I think I have an alert set for 16 or so. But, you know, again, look left on that and there's a lot of room. That's the iHeart, IHRT. Oh, come on, real. Are you that much of a cynic? Skeptic, cynic? Okay, what's the volume like for this iHeart? And did it have any actual news? Okay, so there's really no news. They had earnings on the 25th. So last week, they did have earnings last week. I guess the reaction was okay. No, it wasn't actually. That was earnings. That was the day of earnings. That red candle. Boy, it's just tempting. It's just tempting me. This IHRT is just really tempting me here. What's the spread like? Not terrible. It's about a nickel spread. Not terrible. All right, guys. Yeah, so you guys are talking about Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Mara. Yeah, a bit of a sell-off. I mean, it's topsy-turvy. I mean, look at this daily chart right there. That's a tough trade. Tough intraday trade, in my opinion. And you're talking about Bitcoin selling off, GBTC, a little bit. Yeah, so, I mean, Mara, Riot, they look almost exactly like this. Yeah, stop it. GKK. How are you? Mara, Mara, Mara. No kidding. Oh, I'm fine. I'm doing well. Would have been a lot better holding my Mara from about $4 to 40 or whatever it got to. But that's another story. How about 50? Well, you sort of knew, but you were talking about a $10. I remember. I sort of remember. I think you were talking about a $10 target. All right, let's see if UWMC holds under 9. I'm just kind of watching this UWMC to see if it holds under 9 and maybe makes a big move down to that 830 area. Doesn't look like it's going to, though. Well, first of all, Rubicon, if you only have, you know, you're going to have a problem. I don't know. Are you in the United States, Rubicon? At $5,000, you're gonna be part of the PDT rule. So you'll never be able to take those trades. In that case, I just wouldn't be auto trading. You're going to have to pick and choose which ones you want. Because I think the only reason you're asking that question is in case you're auto trading. I mean, there could be a day. I mean, look at today. You can't. I mean, you don't have enough in your account to do that. I mean, there's one, two. I mean, I don't know how many trades. This is an active day for the AI. Now, it would stop. The minute you ran out of money, it would stop, of course, but yeah, I just think it's not, I don't think you should be auto trading. First of all, if you're going to try to auto trade, I would take the simulator and practice in the simulator, see how it works. Because you can turn on all the AI, you have to have a premium service, of course. Turn them all on if that's what you want to do, and let it go and see how it works in the simulator before you commit money to the market. I just don't think you have enough money to even consider it, though. In the simulator, it doesn't matter. I get it, but yeah. See, I just don't. Of course, I'm not part of those rules in Canada, but Yeah, we don't have CCI. Thank you, Real. So I don't understand. You mean the 5,000 in each trade, or I'm not sure I understand. Rubicon, I'm not sure I understand. MIK. Yeah, a little break. A little break. I still don't understand what you mean, Rubicon. Like a small stock price, like a $20 stock, but like if you only have 5,000 in the account, I think you're under. You're going to try to pick and choose which ones in the AI. I mean, it's very difficult. I'm not going to try to. I'm not going to try to snow you on that. It'd be very difficult. Yeah, 5,000. No, I'm sorry. I mean, you have to have more money than that. I think if you're going to try to split all, you'd be taking so few shares. I just don't think it'd be worth your while. I'd like to see some volume on that 15-minute. Come on, get some volume. Oh, he's long. He's talking long. Right out of that consolidation, he's talking long. Yeah, I understand. I don't. It's just not enough Rubicon. Okay. I mean, what if you had 20 trades today? Like, which are the ones you're going to pick? I just don't think it's enough Rubicon. I'm sorry. You mean the video, Bill? You mean you're talking about the video? Okay. Yeah. So obviously, just look at the B plus or IB one. Even though I know it says, oops, just a second. There you go. B plus connections. Okay. All right, guys. There's a UWMC. Well, I can't recommend, I mean, the minimum that you're going to need. It really would depend, obviously, on how many trays you're going to take. But, trying to split 8 trays or 10 trays with a 5,000 total is probably going to be tough. So I really don't know what to say in terms of a recommended minimum. I know you're not in the United States, so you don't have to worry about the PDT. I just think you'd be undercapitalized. I don't know what that 10, 15,000, maybe 25,000 is what I would look at, but it's not ourselves who are going to block you. Okay? It's got nothing to do with us in terms of how much money. I mean, we don't dictate how much money. I'm just trying to be trying to be realistic though. I agree, William. We got. I would agree. See, that was the thing I didn't like. I didn't like there was no volume coming in. Let's see if the volume can pick up. I mean, maybe back this out, get some. Yeah, there's no volume on the 15-minute chart. I mean, there was a little bit of volume coming in here, but didn't see it on the 15 for MIK. So it's gone right back down to that consolidation area. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching that iHeart. Just see if it can take out 16. IHRT. Only reason, again, is because it's from my option play, so of course I'm wanting to follow it to see if it does anything. Let's see, 3,000 option, and it's 11 times normal, so all right, guys. Well, it's getting close to shutdown time, so before I do go, I want to just go back to my homepage. Well, no, you can't. If you put it in, well, you can't put it in. Okay, I'm trying to explain it here. Look at all the trades. Okay, if you put this in auto trade mode, if you took Holly and if you pick one of the strategies, but which one are you going to pick? You have to turn them all on, and you can't say. I mean, if you took one trade, then you could quickly turn the rest off. I guess. I just don't think it's the way to go. But if you're saying it's showing 20 trades. There's no need to auto trade then. Just pick one you want. And it's not a matter of auto trading. Just take one that you like. I mean, the whole thing about auto trading, I think people get really, really hung up on the fact that, well, if I don't auto trade, I'm going to miss it by a penny or 2 or 10 cents. Understand that most of these alerts are not designed just to get, a nickel out of the trade. You could watch it for a while and it could set up better later on. It could set up, at various stages during the day, really. Okay, so I don't think it's absolutely mandatory that you get in right at the penny. So I don't know if that's going to answer your question now, Rubicon, because if you see 20 trades, I mean, some of them may not be moving at all, and you might want to say, okay, I like that one because it hasn't moved very much. It has some room. I'm going to take that one. But you can't tell it, to only take one out of the 20. Okay? All right, guys, just one last glance at my homepage here from in the trading room. All right, and so if you want to take out a subscription, there is the promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. You should sign up for the trade of the week. It was a great one this week. Vuzi, V-U-Z-I. And it's free. Sign up for it. Be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now listen, if for some reason, I don't understand why, but some people don't get it. You can check your spam or you can check your promotional folder if you have Gmail. Sometimes it gets sent there for some reason. Otherwise, come into, make an effort, come into the trading room at 9 o'clock Monday morning Eastern time, because I'll be talking about the trade of the week then. So if it's that important to you, I would do it. Here's my recap that I do. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, including my layout. My layout link is right here now. And a lot of the scans that I'm sharing, including, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, the gap up shared and down shared, pre-market actives up and down, okay? And lots of education right here. 20 lessons, 20 days, won't take you that long. Daily support in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. A lot of the webinars, daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right there. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Educational videos here and some ebooks. So I know I've gone through this quickly, but all you have to do is save my link. Okay? So all you have to do is, there's my link right there. You just have to save it, and then you can look at everything at your leisure. Well, no, I need, that was my nomenclature, shall we say, okay, that I knew that this was, I could share this one. I didn't have to worry about it being pinned and things like that. So, yeah, don't worry about that, okay? Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it? So I'll be shutting the room down. I'll always say later if there are questions. Yeah, shoot. Go ahead. What is going on? There we go. Okay. Well, that didn't. So that didn't last long. Look at this. I mean, this is really whippy now. This UWMC. This looks to me like it just, a collapse, which could bring it down to about 830 or so. This is true. No hockey without Canadians. You're right. All right, so MIK is getting back up there. What's the volume like? Come on, get a big volume burst. Big, big, big volume burst. Yeah, so just go to my homepage. Go to that link, okay? Homepage. Hopefully you can see that tab. It's called Barry's homepage. Just click on it. When you do, and then go to my scans section, and it's up here, okay? My layout. Yeah, Rubicon, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know. I really wish I could say, but we got to be honest. Well, we always got to be honest, but I mean, it's just unrealistic. I mean, if you go to the Q&A webinars that Dan and Brad put on, I mean, Dan is very brutal now. He says, look, if you're undercapitalized, I mean, it's hard to trade the stock market. And to the point, I mean, he says, if you can't afford our program, 118 a month or 228, then, if you feel that's too expensive, then you're probably undercapitalized. We're not trying to sell subscriptions to people that can't afford it. Well, I mean, listen, one of the reasons why we have a free room is that, there are lots of, I have no idea what the split is. I don't really care between paid subscribers and people just hanging on to see what's happening and all. I don't really care. But, people can come into this room and get really, really comfortable with the product before they decide to buy it. And if they don't get comfortable, then, that's fine too. Yeah, you've got it wrong then. All the strategies in one trade. Yes, you definitely have that wrong. Yes. There you go, Ken. And there's no harm. I know there are people that have been in the room for six months, a year before they take out a subscription. You got to be comfortable. You are kidding, right, Lily? I have no. I think you're kidding. Well, it's a great scanner. I mean, look. I mean, I know I work for Trade Ideas, but it's an excellent scanner. But scanning is just one aspect of it, of course. It's a tool, but I think it's a great tool. No question about it. Well, okay. First of all, Lily. I mean, I would never make a recommendation what to short after hours. Number one, I rarely take any after hour trades. Number one. And how to short? You just click the sell button. That's it. Okay, so possible swing trades. So okay, Sanish, if you click on the channel bar, I'm not a big swing trader, okay, but if you click on the channel bar, one of the channels, hopefully says swing ideas, okay? So if you click on swing ideas, you have our program, right, Sanish? So all you would have to do is to take a look at the scans within there and adjust the market cap, large caps, okay? If you click on what happened there, just a second. So if you click on configure, take one of the scans within that swing channel and start typing in market. So here, okay, market cap. How about market cap? There we go. So here's your market cap. All right. So you can put whatever you want, whatever you think is a minimum that you want, and sort of add that filter to those scans. Does that make sense? Because I don't know if they're probably not designed for large cap. It doesn't. Well, I shouldn't say it designed. I mean, I don't know if they have a market cap filter in there. Yeah, Rubicon. There is no such thing as an average return because people use this in all different ways. I mean, I look at it in one way. I look at it only taking stocks that are under $20 typically. So there is really no such thing as an average return. For instance, if you had stayed in the trades all day long, your profit is, you're up 23%. If you got out exactly when the AI got out, you'd be down 2%. If you got out, on the stops and the moderate, you'd be down 2%. So, I mean, how you would have traded this, that's really up to you. There is no scan alert for that. Well, it's just something I almost do for entertainment purposes, Joseph, okay? The thing is that I've been doing it for a few years and people say, I mean, the only reason I do it is just in case I see one stock like INSG as an example, okay? So I happen to notice that INSG had multiple downgrades this morning. And this is when it was still up here. And, it was an earnings play. So, there was a reason for it and had multiple downgrades. So that's always going to be of interest to me if I can see a stock that has multiple downgrades. In other words, downgrades from different brokers or different financial institutions. That'll get me interested. So that's why I do it. And sometimes, I'm putting in the upgrades and downgrades, and somebody may hold a stock that is upgraded or one is downgraded. I mean, it's not just because you might be holding a stock that is being downgraded doesn't mean, oh my gosh, I got to get out. But so a little bit is for entertainment purposes. I'm also, maybe concentrating a little bit more if I see a Goldman upgrade or downgrade to see if it, has any merit. This is my normal layout, yes. And you can have that normal layout. Yes. So if you, Game Jan, if you click on that link that I just posted in, and you'll go to the scan section, and right at the very top it says Barry's Barry's layout, I think. So you go to the scan section right here, and right there, my layout. Yeah, so there's the other thing, Rubicon. We just don't recommend letting it go auto mode. Why don't you just try to practice? First of all, you have our premium service. Why not use our simulator and just see what would happen? Look at Rocket Guys, RKT, on the move again. Use a simulator to see what would happen. Okay? Before you commit money, I'm going to say this, over and over again, not just to you, but to many, many people. Before you commit money to the market, we've got a great simulator. And if you're bound and determined that you want to try auto trading the AI, well, you need our premium service. You could turn all the strategies on and see what happens. Okay? Just see what happens. Might be a rude awakening. Yeah, RKT, remember what I was saying? Wondering what this would do after hours, especially if it closed, near the high. I mean, had it been down here and wouldn't have been that interested, but I mean, this might be really interesting after hours. So Lily, getting back to shorting, I mean, shorting, I don't know. When you buy something, what do you want? When you buy a stock, what do you want to happen? Talking to you, Lily. I mean, I'm being a little facetious, but to the moon, right? I mean, obviously, when you buy a stock, you want it to go up. When you short a stock, you want it to go down. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, there's really nothing more to it. The only difference is that when you buy a stock, usually there's no issue at buying a stock ever. Depending. I mean, if you want to go into market, you'll get a fill. I mean, that might not be what you should do, but there's usually never an issue at buying a stock. You can always, if you want to, it depends on the price you want. Shorting a stock is a little bit different because it depends on your broker. Your broker may not have shorts available. That goes from broker to broker. Sometimes you hear, I might say, I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. That's just my broker. But William might say, well, he's got Fidelity. His broker may have shorts. So that's just that varies from broker to broker. Plus, I may not have shorts in Interactive Brokers for a certain stock now, and they may become available later on as people cover. Okay, so there's that. But after that, I mean, you want to short something, you hit the big sell button. Now you hope it goes down. I'm rewatching Better Call Saul. I'm getting ready for whenever it resumes. It's well, you should. It's funny because I rewatched Breaking Bad and I found it better the second time too. Because the nuances were all there. I would almost say it's somewhat equal. Oh, look at this INSJ, man, oh man, continuing down. If the setup is good, it doesn't matter if I go short or long game jam. I mean, I probably go long more, but just because, you know, the nature of the market since 2008 has been long. But, you know, I have no problem shorting. Well, we don't know Rodax here, do we? That'll happen in the last season, season 6. We'll find out why. So we've really, I mean, we're past 3 o'clock, guys. So, I mean, if you're coming into the room wondering why we're talking about non-stock stuff, this is a little extracurricular right now. Well, the only one I'm going to keep watching is that iHeart, just in case it has a blast through 16. Otherwise, you know, I'm not too interested. But the Rocket, I really am interested to see what happens after hours. Assuming it's you know, it stays in this area here. I mean, what the high was up here at 42. Well, Rocket's moving in power hour. I mean, it's resumed. RKT is moving. You know, I mean, it's up and the high is way up here, but all right, guys. I think I'm gonna wind it up now. Okay, so wow, thanks a lot for all the help. A little bit extra time today for me. So thanks a lot for all the help. And I will now open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I will, thank you. Okay, just very quickly, Ariana, this is what happens. So hopefully you can, I think, can you still see my screen? Yeah, I think the screen sharing's gone. Well, you're given an entry price and a stop price. Okay? It's that simple. It shows it. You have an entry, you have a stop, and if the AI gets out, it shows the exit price. But I think my screen sharing has stopped. But it is all set up. Right on the entry. It is all set up. All right, guys. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.